In Seoul's Gangnam district, on the top floor of the HHN Corporation building, a young man is playing an online game called ROR in the Pro Gamer training room. He's ranked #1 in the world in today's game, Battle Rift, and his sworn enemy is a player named Dex. Looking at Dex's character on the screen, he thinks this jerk is incredibly arrogant considering it's a 5-on-1 match, a full team of 5 against Dex, who is all by himself. In terms of numbers, Dex seems at a disadvantage, but no time to waste. As soon as the game starts, both sides clash immediately. The young man leads the charge. Fired up, he lunges at Dex as if he wants to devour him alive, but Dex just stands there calmly gripping his sword without even flinching. As soon as his prey gets close, Dex lashes out with a lightning-fast strike, cleanly slicing the young man's arm off with one effortless swing. One of the team's NPCs has officially been fed to him. The other 4 members can't believe it. How could he take down an opponent with just a single combo? It's insane that he made it look so easy, but they don't give up. Another teammate steps in to provide cover, slowly flanking Dex to pin him from behind. But this isn't an easy game. Dex spots him instantly, easily parries the attack, and follows up with another successful strike. Double kill. He knocks out another opponent. Desperate to stay in the fight, a teammate shouts to stay calm and hold the formation, insisting they can still win. Holding the formation would indeed lead to victory, but only if Dex was the one winning. The remaining 3 teammates don't even last 2 minutes before Dex gently gifts them a few sword strokes. They are sliced into 100 pieces. The game ends. The young man still can't believe his team of 5 got wiped out completely. It's officially game over. All by that one guy, Dex. He single-handedly wiped the floor with all 5 of them without any difficulty at all. An NPC named Dex is breaking this game wide open. That man is our protagonist, Junjirang. Actually, Dex is just one of many nicknames Jirang has used for gaming, but to him, that's not important, because Jirang's goal is to hit the #1 spot on the leaderboard. Once he reaches his goal, he quickly deletes the game, leaving his opponents seething with frustration. A day has passed since Jirang gave up the Dex persona, causing a stir among those in the know within the gaming world. The reason Jirang quit is easy to guess. Many gamers have been quitting lately. It seems the era of these games is ending, being slowly replaced by something newer and more exciting, Arcadia Online. It's a secret joint project by 3 of the world's leading corporations, Ajin, Argos, and Silicon. It doesn't use computers or laptops. You access it through a device called a Dreamer, which creates a virtual world of infinite new possibilities. Even though it just launched, Arcadia has already attracted tons of customers. A delivery truck carrying an Arcadia unit is now parked in front of the buyer's place. In the end, of course, that buyer is none other than Jirang. The delivery person is a bit puzzled by the rundown, dilapidated house. Can someone in this situation really afford a gaming device? But their living situation doesn't matter to Jirang at all. Seeing the hot new Dreamer arrive makes his eyes light up with excitement. Without wasting a second, Jirang opens the package. He deletes all his data on the Dex character to make room for his new baby, the Dreamer. Jirang, 20 years old, is leaving all these old-school games behind today. He's moving on to a virtual world that isn't just a game, the world of Arcadia. A true dream world where countless games exist. And there are many elements hidden within those games by the developers. They can be simple pranks, but they can also be traps that have a significant impact on players. We call them Easter eggs. Editor's note. Easter egg is a term for something fun and subtle hidden by the creator to add extra interest for players, like clues or mysterious puzzle pieces. In a mysterious place, a pair of hands with a large bracelet on the wrist is held out. A mysterious figure with a cryptic smile says, "I'll leave this to you, Alice." Yes, Alice is the owner of those hands. She receives something from the person. It is emitting bright green rays of light. She softly replies, "Yes, everything is for the sake of the next generation." The scene ends with an image of a book slowly sinking into the water. Virtual reality technology is built by directly connecting the human brain to a machine, stimulating the senses digitally to create a virtual world. Yet it allows us to have a realistic experience. The fact that this VR technology has been successfully built is no lie. The story picks up in a spot within the virtual world. The protagonist, Junjirang, has arrived. He stands in a crowded area and someone in the crowd shouts out loud, "Anyone want to go hunting? We need more people. We've got a daily quest to collect 100 slime cores." Another person calls out, I'm selling stamina recovery potions. Then a customer's voice asks, are you selling metal ore? I'll buy it all $50 per ore. Jirang wonders. What is this in an alley? Jirang opens his system interface. He's at level 1 with basic gear. He thinks, the interface isn't as complicated as I thought. His rookie quest is to kill a slime. I should finish the beginner quest first. He spots a green slime, but in Arcadia it's actually quite hard to move precisely. That's why skills are created to assist with movements like dashing, stepping back, or swinging a sword. But for someone with a talent as extraordinary as Jirang, it doesn't take much effort or time. With one swift motion, he kills the slime easily and cleanly. The system announces the beginner quest is complete. Jirang smiles with satisfaction. I'm already getting the hang of it. On to the next quest. A new quest has just been unlocked, and Jirang is feeling totally confident in himself no matter what it is. He'll knock it out in the blink of an eye. His next task is to read 100 books, which completely catches him off guard, leaving him sweating bullets as he thinks to himself, what kind of trash game is this? The scene shifts to a different location. A place packed with books, a public library where two girls are sitting. The pink-haired girl chirps excitedly, hey, look over there! Isn't that guy unusually dedicated? The purple-haired girl asks, what's going on? The other replies, that guy right there. He has literally been reading non-stop for a whole day straight. That's our very own Jirang hard at work on his quest to read 100 books. His finished stack has already grown super tall. The purple-haired girl chuckles, reading in a library, what's so special about that? Come on, sis, let me tell you. You know it as well as I do. Nowadays, even when people have to do quests, they just skim through 10 books max and bounce immediately. Have you ever seen anyone read this intently before? Meanwhile, Jirang is reading while mentally cursing out this damn game. I swear I'm gonna delete this piece of trash. The older sister scoffs. Well, I bet he'll clear out soon enough. Just like everybody else. Jirang speaks up. Excuse me, do you guys have volume 2 of this book? Asking this, he points right at a specific book. The older sister gasps. Hold on, what volume 2? Why on earth are you suddenly asking for volume 2? Does he think someone actually reads that thing? He's not just messing with us, is he? Jirang says, volume 1 had some pretty interesting stuff in it, so I figured volume 2 would have more details. The older sister looks puzzled. Interesting stuff. Jirang says, this book right here. The History of Arcadia Volume 1, The Oldest Traces of Edeline. He says it, leaving the girl totally stunned, and she quickly goes to fetch another book. Here is Volume 2, read to your heart's content. Just make sure you bring it back when you're done. He replies, got it, thanks a lot. Taking the book, he voices a question that's been bugging him. I'm kind of curious, why do you keep Volume 2 stashed away in a separate spot like that? The girl answers, well, that's because this is a special book. You can only check it out if you ask me directly. Jirang reaches out and touches the book. A super strange sensation washes over him as he slips into a mysterious dimension where Alice is waiting. Rookie Village Edeline has triggered a surprise event. The conditions for spawning a hidden quest have been met, designating the player as a special target for analysis. Jirang picks up the book and smirks. A long time ago, there was a legendary adventurer. He hid a treasure down at the bottom of the Rookie Village Edeline's lake. Its existence was only passed down through whispers and rumors, and absolutely no one has ever been able to track down its exact location. One thing is certain, it's tied to the most ancient traces of darkness. Rumor has it that the legendary adventurer of the past Easer hid it close to the lake right next to Edeline. But of course, not a single soul has ever managed to find any trace of darkness over there. So that legend slowly faded into oblivion. And if we're talking about a lake near Edeline, the only one around is Lake Iron right in front of the village, right? The protagonist thinks to himself, scanning the map and staring right at Lake Erun. Jirang arrives at the lakeside as the afternoon sun casts a warm, golden glow across the scenery. North of Edeline, Lake Erun, he mutters, thinking, I'm only checking this out because it seemed kind of fun. There's no way in hell any hidden treasure is buried in a peaceful lake like this. He triggers the system. Final conditions to generate a new quest have been fulfilled. A quest has been generated based on related hints. Quest, difficulty B, influence, level A quest, rank B+. The main scenario has been initiated. Player Dex's level has been analyzed, level 1. A brand new quest has been unlocked, B+ rank quest, tracing the footprints of darkness. You have successfully discovered it. The records indicate that the oldest trace of darkness is located at Lake Erun. Investigate whether the record is accurate or not, and hunt down that trace. No way, seriously. He thinks opening a brand new game and already getting a B+ rank quest. I honestly thought the max rank for starting out was just C. Finally, this game is actually getting interesting. The sunlight still bathes the breathtaking natural landscape and the quiet lake, but beneath the still water lurks a terrifying creature. This creature snaps its eyes open, glowing with a fiery red light. By now, it's late afternoon, teetering on dusk, as the sunset paints the sky in shades of gold. Dex is currently wandering around. Walking beneath the forest tree canopy, he darts his eyes left and right, taking in his surroundings before grumbling, "There's nothing special out here at all," which just makes the whole thing even more suspicious. Suddenly, Dex's eyes widen wide open, as if he's spotted something extraordinary beneath the surface. He stares intently at the calm, tranquil lake, shimmering with a layer of gorgeous, golden light reflecting off the sunset. Then, with a look of pure determination, he rolls up his sleeves. "All right, let's do this." With that, he immediately gathered momentum and dove straight into the lake, creating a massive wave that splashed everywhere the moment his entire body submerged deep into the water. Dex quickly and keenly noticed something about this. For such a small lake, it being this deep is a bit much. Meanwhile, at the South Korea branch of Acadia, a group of people were extremely tense in front of a giant screen flashing with red warnings, signaling the start of the main scenario. The person in charge, the authorized executive director who also acts as the general manager of the Korea branch, was pulling his hair out in frustration. "I'm about to lose my mind." He furrowed his brows and said annoyedly, "What on earth did you do? The server has been open for less than a week and the main quest is already—" An employee standing nearby interrupted with an opinion. "Sir, according to the analysis team, it seems a player has triggered a dispute with a certain element, related to the game's main scenario." Hearing that, Kwon Myung-han turned around and asked, "A certain element, you say? What kind of chaos did he cause to shake the entire game just because of one player's actions?" The employee nervously replied, We aren't quite sure about that yet." Kwon Myung-han sighed wearily. "Phew. Okay. First report this to the chairman and ensure every department is thoroughly prepared." "So we can respond to emergencies immediately. Do you understand?" The group hurriedly replied yes and left in low spirits. Left alone in the room, Kwon Myung-han was still deep in thought about the difficult problem at hand. The main scenario was triggered just 4 days after the opening. Even in the US, it was peaceful despite being open for over 3 months. Is this the result of a Korean server? Back to Dex. He just surfaced from the water, struggling to catch his breath after the recent scouting session. Squares from the system interface appeared before his eyes. Diving skill has increased to rank B. You can now dive deeper and stay under for longer periods. Your accumulated points have increased by 1. Wet and exhausted, he sat by the lake, thinking back to earlier, unable to help but frown. Damn it, it felt like I dove 200 meters, but I couldn't even see the bottom of the lake. His gaze turned toward the distance across the lake where the forests looked dark and murky. His will began to waver. Should I just give up? He started questioning himself again, wondering why he was wasting time leveling up his diving skill at such an urgent moment when the game had just started and others were doing their best to climb the ranks. Wasting time leveling up my own diving skill at a time like this. Suddenly he clenched his fists and, more importantly, installment payments for the game console, $920 a month. A tense internal struggle began in Dex's head. I'm thinking about paying with items. That dropped in the game, but at this rate I won't be able to earn nearly $1,000 a month. However, that hidden, undiscovered thing was also something special. It made him feel very attached. A hidden quest, something entirely for him, a mission completely separate from other players. After hesitating for a while, he stood up straight, looked at his own reflection on the water, and continued, "It would be heartbreaking if there's no reward." But suddenly Dex made up his mind. He wore a confident, triumphant smile. As a player, I can't let this opportunity slip away. All right, I'll do whatever it takes. Meanwhile, at the Silicon headquarters in Silicon Valley, US, in the chairman's office, a petite girl with blonde hair, styled in cute pigtails, was sleeping on a bed. That child's interface. Completely contrasting with her status, she is Jenny Kapow, the head of the Silicon Corporation. Suddenly, something provoked her, causing her to open her eyes wide. Waking up from her daze, a shout rang out in the room filled with lovely items. "Jack, you said the main scenario was created in Korea. What's going on?" A person named Jack appeared on a large, pale blue screen, his hair covering half his face, creating a mysterious look. He gently replied, "A Korean player discovered a clue, leading to a hidden class tucked away in the starting village. According to Alice's analysis, it is highly likely this will trigger the main scenario. This is an unfavorable notification for the corporation." Jennifer Kapow sat before the screen, frowning and ruffling her hair. "Did we really leave something that would have such a big impact in the starting village?" Jack chuckled and replied, "Not us, that jerk left it there." Just as he spoke, a faint, unrecognizable silhouette appeared in Jennifer Kapow's mind. She laughed angrily, gritting her teeth. "That damn jerk, huh?" She then ran over, throwing things off her desk in a hurry to find her tablet. She scrambled to search, scrolling back and forth for a while before exclaiming, "Found it." However, the information before her made her feel surprised to the point of confusion as she read "Hidden Class Anarchist Poet. No level up method. No attack skills. What the hell is this? How can you play the game with this?" she said, dissatisfied. Faced with her hot-tempered attitude, Jack calmly spoke up. "But in exchange, they receive a special ability." Jennifer Kapow was enlightened. A special ability. Wait a second. After saying that, she went back to looking down, searching for something. However, who knows what she saw? The next second, no one knows what it was that made her open her eyes wide, trembling and sweating, screaming loudly enough to echo throughout the building. "This is insane!" Returning to the virtual world game, it has now been 10 days. The familiar scenery of the lakeside and the distant forests appeared. This is Dex. Holding some strange object, he surfaced from the water after a long period of dedication to this place. Standing waist-deep in the water, he finally reaps the rewards he's been after, lifting the strange item high into the air to inspect it with a deeply satisfied smile. "Yes, I actually found it." Floating beside him, the system notification panels pop up one by one. Diving skill increased to level A. Your accumulated points have increased, and your water serpent mount has reached level 10. You can now dive into the deepest depths. As he stands there completely absorbed in gazing at the treasure he worked so hard to get, a sudden noise catches his attention, making him turn his head. Scrolling across the interface are long lines of text announcing that your quest is complete. You've successfully tracked down the traces of darkness and uncovered ancient documentary evidence, the oldest records of darkness in Lake Erin. Verified that these records are entirely authentic and found supporting evidence. Completion progress 1 of 1. You have received the reward, the Necklace of the Dark Rank. The Necklace of the Dark Rank. That's the exact name of the gorgeous item he just found. It holds within it the lingering echoes of primordial emptiness and antiquity. If you choose to use this item, you're going to need to think very, very carefully. He picks up the trinket, inspects it once more, and ponders to himself, "So, are you guys telling me this necklace is a clue? Tell me, should I actually use this thing or what?" That explanation sounds dangerously close to a threat, honestly. Even so, when the system window flashes with the prompt, "Do you wish to use the Necklace of the Dark Rank?" Dex doesn't hesitate for a single second. He reaches out and selects yes. Just when it feels like the decision is set in stone and there's no turning back, the system suddenly doubles back and asks, "Are you sure?" Dex feels a bit confused, but he presses yes a second time. Yet the system still refuses to accept his answer. It prompts him again, "Are you really, truly sure?" Dex doesn't even waste a single brain cell on it, staying completely firm in his initial choice. But the system isn't giving up either, looping the exact same warning over and over. "I'm asking you for the very last time, are you truly from the bottom of your heart certain about this? Even if you are, just know there is zero turning back once you do." Every single time it pops up, Dex just angrily smashes the yes button without even glancing at it. After going back and forth and dragging this out forever, he clenches his fist into a tight ball and roars, "I already told you. I'm gonna use it. Why do you keep spamming me with 'are you sure' over and over again?" The system seems to finally surrender, sounding thoroughly defeated as it chimes in, "You're just smashing yes like a madman, aren't you?" "I saw that. I know everything." Right then, the system interface undergoes a massive transformation, leaving Dex completely stunned. Hidden away in some dark corner where no one can see him, a guy with shaggy hair covering his face flashes a cryptic, mysterious smile from behind a mirrored screen. The system speaks directly to Dex. "Since you've made it this far, it looks like you're overwhelmingly desperate to use this item. I won't ask again. Don't go crying with regrets later. After all, I gave you more than enough warnings." The mysterious young man stares intently at the monitor and continues, From here on out, try your absolute hardest to use every ounce of your power to cause total chaos exactly like what I'm doing right now. The bizarre voice echoing out leaves Dex feeling completely disoriented. Who the hell is that? The system ignores his question entirely and starts rolling out a fresh sequence of notification banners. Your hidden class has been successfully changed to Anarchist Bard. Class tier rankings will be completely wiped. Acquired stats streamlined. A brand new quest system has been added. The character always belongs to the player. A brand new quest has been updated. Dex's eyes go wide with pure shock as he stares dead ahead at the main screen. A messed up demonic assignment has just been handed to him. The mission is simple. Kill beginners. Eradicate new players who haven't changed their classes yet. Current beginner kill count 0. Remaining time ticking down 6 days. 23 hours, 55 minutes, and 24 seconds. Location West Edeline Meadows. This is the beginner hunting ground slime territory 1. A bunch of newbies are currently grinding away against slimes. Among them is Death, who swings his fist and roars, "Eat this!" He blasts a slime flying straight up into the air. Over in another corner, 2 beginners are chatting. The guy is holding a glowing blue gemstone in his palm, shouting happily, "Check this drop dropped straight off a fat slime!" The female gamer standing next to him drops her jaw, her face painted with intense envy. "Whoa, that'll sell for at least 50 bronze pieces, so jealous!" The male gamer flashes a wide, beaming grin, thrilled at scoring such an amazing lucky break. "Man, I am so lucky. Now this is what a real game feels like." Striking a pose, the guy lifts the gem high into the air with a smug grin. "All right, I'm farming slimes all weekend long to rake in some cash." Watching him act all high and mighty, the girl sighs helplessly and nags him. "Hey, what about next week's exams, huh?" The 2 of them stand there chattering away animatedly, completely oblivious to the fact that another player is stalking them from behind. Not too far away, Dex crouches in concealment behind a tree trunk, thinking to himself, "I've got to slaughter those little brats." With a deeply uncertain look on his face, Dex recalls what happened an hour ago, sitting frozen in front of his PC as a relentless error message flashed across the monitor. Character deletion impossible. Dex's face drained entirely of color, totally at a loss for what to do. It felt exactly like stepping straight onto a live landmine. Right before that, Dex had switched over to his hidden class, and when confronted with that avalanche of pop-up windows, he immediately tried to nuke his character out of sheer panic for one simple reason. Glancing up at the control panel, his player info tag displayed his handle Dex. Level None. Class Anarchist Bard. Dex rubs his chin, plunging into deep thought. Just like I figured. It's not on here. The leveling system is gone. This is the most basic feature of the game, yet it's completely missing for Dex. That means his potential for growth is gone too. This creates such a huge gap. If other players keep leveling up, the distance between them will just keep growing. Dex doesn't want that to happen at all, but then he remembers what that person said, "Just keep giving it your all, just like I am." Dex feels dejected and crushed, thinking he should have just quit when he heard that. Blinded by his own competitiveness, he lies down on the grass, staring up at the blue sky, thinking, "Yeah, if things go on like this, nothing's ever going to be solved." As sunlight filters through his fingers, a sudden spark of inspiration hits him. Even if Anarchist Poet is a terrible class, it's still a hidden class. There has to be some benefit to it, right? He spends a long time scouring his data window for anything useful, and finally he finds something. Within the Anarchist Poet ability list, there's a unique entry. It's called Acknowledgement. Dex ponders, what on earth is Acknowledgement? The system screen pops up with an explanation. Acknowledgement increases your ability to interfere with this world. By using this data, you can rewrite the laws of the world yourself. Once used, the data will be consumed. Dex stares in shock, his head full of question marks, when suddenly the screen changes. Before his eyes, a line of text appears. A new quest has been updated. As he reads it, his expression couldn't be more stunned. Kill a novice. Kill a new player. The target has not yet changed their class. Time remaining 6 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes, and 24 seconds. Back in reality, Dex stands behind a tree, still unable to believe it. So I have to kill those annoying newbies. Doesn't this quest interfere with game management? Dex bows his head in deep thought, wondering what he should do. Finally, he makes a bold decision. Yeah, let's just give it a try. He grabs his blade with his right hand, channeling his power until blue flames engulf the weapon and his hand. He plants his feet to gain momentum. Building up strength, he prepares to dash toward the two gamers. He whispers to himself, "Hey, I'm just playing the game, too." But suddenly something unexpected happens. A guy with blonde hair attacks the two players first. He smirks. I almost kicked him away." The blue-haired female gamer quickly helps her friend up, shouting angrily, "Who the hell are you people?" The two guys laugh, though one of them, not the blonde one, bows his head and covers his face, looking embarrassed. Not this again, he thinks. The blonde guy introduces himself with a cocky grin. "Us, we're the owners of this hunting ground. Who do you think you are, daring to hunt monsters here?" From the sidelines, Dex watches puzzled. Who are these guys? The beta just opened and they're already fighting over territory. The blue-haired girl, eyes brimming with angry tears, retorts, "This is a beginner's hunting ground. It's a public space for everyone. Why on earth do we need your permission?" The blonde guy narrows his eyes, steps closer to the girl and says unpleasantly, "Hey, kid, you're way too loud." I recognize that accent. "You guys are from Seoul, aren't you?" As he talks about a school entrance exam, a blood-red line of text slowly appears above his head. Level 12, Crazy Monkey. The male gamer looks on, panicked. That red ID, it's a sign they've killed other players. They're PK errors. The blue-haired girl is terrified. Crazy Monkey continues, clearly trying to intimidate her. "If I look up your nickname, I could probably find out where you live too, right?" The girl is so scared she can't even speak. Another guy chimes in with a condescending tone. "You catch my drift." The three of them glare at the girl with killing intent. "Get lost if you don't want to die." She turns to the people around her, pleading for help, her eyes full of helplessness. "Help! Please help us." Why is everyone just standing there watching? The injured male gamer sits up and tries to negotiate. "Why are you doing this? It's just a game, right? Can't we just have fun?" They respond with expressions of pure disbelief. The three of them burst out laughing as if it were the funniest thing they'd ever heard. Crazy Monkey sneers arrogantly. "Like I said, this is a virtual reality game. That's exactly why we do this." Crazy Monkey lectures them smugly. "Rules don't exist in a game. Strength is the only thing that matters, isn't it? This is a game." Then a voice cuts in. "I disagree." Suddenly, a blade slashes through the air, sending one of the guy's legs flying. A shrill, painful scream echoes out, and the other two turn around in shock. It's Dex, sporting a wide, cheerful smile as he says with feigned regret, "Man, I almost killed you there." Without letting them react, Dex slashes his blade again, swiftly ending the lives of all three of them. At the same time, his nickname shifted from green to red, and the system chime rang 3 times in a row. His recognition score had just gone up by 1 point. Looking at the notification, he thought to himself, right, 1 kill equals 1 point. I'm not totally sure what they're even for, but grinding these up is a huge pain. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "Thank you, bro." As it turned out, those two players had sprinted over and dropped to their knees, completely convinced that Dex had just stepped in to save their lives. They chanted together, "Thank you so much for saving us. How can we ever repay you?" But Dex just replied coldly, "Don't bother thanking me because I was planning on killing you two as well to knock out my quest." He said this right in front of their utterly terrified faces. Slinging his blade over his shoulder, Dex flashed a sweet, gentle smile, though his words made their blood run cold. "Don't go getting any ideas now. It's just a game, right?" The male player only had time to realize, that look, that was real. He's actually out of his mind right before he was hacked in half. At that exact moment, the system chimed twice back-to-back, with his recognition score up by another 2 points, meaning 2 more players had just vanished from the game right in front of the surrounding crowd. Dex muttered, "Who's next?" Then he turned back with a grin, carrying his blade over his shoulder. Facing everyone's sheer terror, Dex asked, "All right, who's up next among you spectators? Any last words?" Ever since that day, the forest echoed with blood-curdling screams, the frantic sound of footsteps running for dear life and desperate begging from all around. A wild rumor started spreading across the main page of Arcadia. Everyone was talking about one single thing: a total psychopath has actually appeared. Under the night sky, a full moon hung over the forest. Its brilliant light bathed the woods in a silvery glow. Perched on a dead tree branch, an owl with glowing eyes, its eyes shining with a piercing yellow light, was staring intently at something. Reflected in the owl's eyes was a figure running for dear life deep into the forest. A green-haired guy was sprinting and screaming at the top of his lungs, "Ah, ah!" He ran like mad, his face drenched in sweat, shrieking as he fled. "Is anyone there? Somebody save me." Suddenly, he tripped over a rock in the dead of night, hitting the ground with a loud thud and letting out a huge grunt. Right after, a system warning popped up. Injury sustained. Your movement speed is slowing down. He sprawled flat on the dirt, desperately trying to crawl toward safety, but the system flashed. You are dying. Cursing under his breath, he frantically whipped his head around and frowned. Deep inside the dark forest, a pair of glowing red eyes was tracking him, making his heart race with panic. Out of the shadows stepped a guy wrapped in a dark blue cloak, sending a jolt of pure terror through the green-haired player. The guy's pupils shrank as a wide, excited grin spread across his face, his eyes curving up with a manic thrill. The green-haired player scrambled backward, shouting in sheer panic as he retreated, "You bastard! Instead of hunting regular players, why don't you go hunt monsters instead? Why the hell do you want to kill me?" Grabbing his knife, he swung it downward with all his might at the figure. Squeezing his eyes shut in pure tension, the green-haired player screamed, "You really think the management company is just going to sit back and let you pull dirty moves like this? Right when the game just launched? I swear I'm going to report you, you piece of shit!" Hearing that, Dex paused. He tilted his head with a confused look and said, "Huh, what are you even rambling about?" Frowning, he added, "Think about it for a second. Who's the one that drove me to do all this, huh?" The green-haired player blinked, completely baffled, and asked, "Huh?" Before he could even steady his nerves, Dex slashed straight through him, splitting him right down the middle. Instantly, the system chirped, "You have killed a newbie. You have gained 1 recognition point." Dex stared straight ahead with a tense look, a crimson blade still gripped in his hand. Then he let out a huge yawn. "Man, I'm so sleepy." In Arcadia Online, there's a feature known as the death sentence. A death sentence bans you from logging in for 24 hours. Over at company headquarters, employees were rushing around frantically, a mechanism the developers built in specifically to prevent severe game addiction. It also ramped up the sense of stake and consequence. Suddenly, a shout echoed across the office. "Hey, lift the login ban on my account right now! I'm the victim here. That guy was the one cheating. Why the hell am I the one getting banned?" Over at Arcadia Online customer support, the director furrowed his brow and demanded, "What's going on here?" The employee behind him broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, Complaints and support tickets regarding PK issues just suddenly skyrocketed." The director frowned. "PK? We've already got our hands full. Which lunatic has this much free time on their hands?" The customer service department had officially been booked for mandatory overtime. The system popped up Dex's status sheet. Dex level none, class anarchist, equipment, stats, with skills. Recognition 1025, strength 10, vitality 4, mana 10, intelligence 4, agility 5, evasion 3, accuracy 4, luck 2, resistances 0. Dex stared down at the system interface with a gloomy tone, muttering, "Huh, that makes 1025 kills, huh? After grinding for 2 whole days, I've finally got something to show for it." He yawned sleepily, thinking, "Man, things turned out way harder than I expected. Or rather, I should say, every time I get chewed out for player killing, it just drains my mental energy. But seriously, can I really afford to keep going like this, slaughtering waves of newbies while the game has barely even launched?" He wondered, "I was obviously just trying to mess with the game's mechanics, so why the hell did I end up getting this weird quest, Newbie Massacre Kill Newbies Who Haven't Changed Their Class Yet?" Newbies killed 1025. Time remaining 6 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes, 24 seconds. With a heavy sigh, he muttered, Whatever, not my problem." Suddenly, a strange squeaking sound behind him made him whip his head around in surprise. Emerging from the brush came a whole swarm of slimes, leaving him utterly stunned. The system rang out. "You have saved a slime from danger. Slime affinity increased." Q. Panicking Dex scrambled backward, breaking out in a cold sweat as he yelled, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" The slimes completely swarmed and buried him under a pile of goo, with only his hand flailing in the air. "Ah!" Cradling a cute little slime in his arms, he chuckled warmly and said, I guess I was never meant to get along with humans anyway. Turns out I've still got you guys at least." Suddenly, a rustling noise caught his and the slime's attention. Out of the dark woods, 4 flickering torches slowly approached their spot. Dex looked up at them, his eyes dark and heavy. He gently stroked the slime's head and whispered, "Sorry, little guys. I'd love to hang out with you more, but if I don't run right now, things are going to get real messy." The green-haired player, accompanied by a bunch of others holding torches, rushed over to his spot with a twisted, pissed-off expression. Scanning the area and failing to spot Dex, the green-haired player frowned, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Suddenly, he pointed in the direction Dex was fleeing and screamed, "Over there! Catch him, hurry!" Dex ran like the wind tearing through the forest, but after a short distance, he realized ahead of him was a cliff. He was getting closer and closer to that cliff. Damn it! Dex stopped. Behind him was the cliff, and in front stood the others. The blue-haired guy, looking arrogant, scoffed, "Ha, ran all this way just to hit a dead end. How pathetic. Look at you. Are you any different from a rat caught in a trap? Just die already." Hearing that, Dex's expression turned grim. Suddenly, he let out a faint smile and threw himself off the cliff. The others stared in shock, and the blue-haired guy stammered in disbelief. "That lunatic, he actually jumped. Is he an idiot or something?" Dex laughed menacingly. On YouTube, videos of him were circulating with titles like "Urgent Dirty Peeker, the Mass Murderer of Newbies." Right below the video were heated debates in the comment section. LMAO going down the newbie slayer path. Interesting. Interesting? Why don't you try being killed and see if it's still interesting? Looking at his gear, he must have just switched to the top-tier controller warrior class. LOL, but what is wrong with that guy? Does he have some kind of mental issue? Now wasn't the time to laugh. The blue-haired guy was furious after losing Dex. He stared at his screen. "I'm a newbie who died at his hands 2 days ago. Since then, I've been monitoring the notice board. Sure enough, there are over 700 reports." On the screen, some comments were debating Dex. 700 kills. This is too insane to be true. If you just get 10 people together, you can kill him as easily as candy. The blue-haired guy gritted his teeth. "That's right. I'm planning to form a party to take him out. Anyone interested, please contact me. Time and place, the in-game Fountain Plaza." The blue-haired guy gathered a group of people who had been killed by Dex. "Thank you all for joining me today," he said seriously. "Now then, we will begin the meeting to eradicate this villain." If you had to pick one of the most attractive features of Arcadia, it would be these player-initiated events. Not only in-game, but the reactions of players on the internet could actually form a plotline. It was truly brought to life in the game thanks to an AI that could regulate everything. Someone with the appearance of a young girl with white hair, a white dress, and striking blue eyes named Alice had detected the formation of the large-scale party. Analyzing cause related to main event quest Act 1, The Birth of Darkness. She reached out and tapped the control panel. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. New quest initiated. A quest board appeared in front of the blue-haired guy, catching his attention. The quest board popped up for everyone standing there. Quest: capture the mass newbie slayer. Catch the unknown killer who is mass murdering newbies in the Slim Colony area. Quest: capture the newbie slayer. Catch the mysterious murderer roaming the Slim Colony. Kill newbies at the Korean camp. The scenario team's quest planning and game screen management systems glitched, causing panic among those present. The chairman screamed, "A quest was issued without any notification." On top of that, it was sent to all players. The staff member beside him panicked. We're still analyzing the cause." The boss turned around and yelled, "Are you seriously going to brush this off? We haven't even had the servers open for long, and it's already a complete disaster in here." The head of the scenario team, Director Kang Tae-hun, stared at them, his face filled with rage. Silence filled the room. They were extremely anxious, sweat pouring down their faces. Clearly, this was an emergency. Even if a quest was suddenly sent to all players, if it had been a normal quest, the room wouldn't have descended into such chaos. "I'm sure of it. This is a quest related to the main quest in Act 1. Hearing the scriptwriter say that, the director stepped back, stressed. The predictions made by our scenario team, none of them were accurate. Between 2 days after the main quest was issued and the actual beginning of the event, there was an undeniable massive discrepancy. It's like a seed that doesn't sprout and bear fruit immediately after being planted. By the time the quest reached all players as a notable quest, through a ripple effect, many days should have passed. That was what the scenario team had predicted. They all stared in terror at the red screen. Director Kang Tae-hun looked at the screen, stressed. He thought, a 2-day gap is too large to just call it an inaccurate prediction. There has to be a reason. On the screen was game information. What he had pulled up was info on the newbie slayer. He stared at the screen, furious. "What the hell is this?" The employee beside him replied nervously, It's One of the players is roaming around killing players in the newbie hunting grounds within the Slim Colony. We predict that this player is directly related to this main scenario. So what about the killer's information? Where does he live? And what does he do? I've been trying to verify that. But right now we just can't check it out, because there's a restriction set straight by headquarters. The director stares at the anti-cam monitor thinking, what on earth is headquarters doing going this far just for some regular player? So who even is that guy? Suddenly a piece of information pops up on the screen showing the player kill count, 1,025. The scene cuts to the front of Dex's house. While Dex is fast asleep, sunbeams stream through the door cracks and hit his face. Slowly he blinks awake, drool still smeared on his face, right as a new event notification flashes on the screen. Special event. Catch the murderer. A righteous quest to hunt down the killer alongside Arcadia Online. With justice blooming, rewards will pour down like rain. Take down the vicious PKer who's hogging the beginner hunting grounds. He stares at the screen, tense thinking, what the heck is this? He frowns, trying to force an awkward smile. Is this seriously talking about me? The post has insane engagement, making him gasp out loud, whoa, over 2,000 comments! He frowns, gritting his teeth as he reads through them. This is getting way too messy. Honestly, it's pretty humiliating. Should I just hit the brakes and stop everything here? But considering, there's still way too much loot left to claim. He stares at the virtual world login pod, his mind completely tangled. He looks into the game world where slimes are happily bouncing around, pondering to himself, what should I even do now? I never thought they'd actually drop a quest just to hunt me down. Looking at the slime colony where cheerful slimes are playing together, he slowly stands up, mumbling, still, it's the best spot for newbie hunting. Should I find somewhere else instead? Suddenly, a tiny Q sound comes from behind him, making him pause and look back to see a slime with a sad little face. Q. He stares at the slime in surprise. Just a single slime. Man, this is so annoying to hunt. Hearing a noise, he lifts his head to see two guys walking over laughing. The orange-haired guy says, see? I told you not to pick a mage class man. The brown-haired guy next to him gets pissed off, holding a wooden club as he snaps back, damn it! I didn't know hunting just one dumb slime would be this hard. The orange-haired guy grits his teeth. Oh, wait! He spots a slime sitting right by Dex's feet. He yells out, hey, I found the slime we're hunting. The two of them, one with a sword, one with a stick, charge over. Hey there, buddy, we're tracking that thing. Don't you dare touch it, no ninja-ing our kill, that's low. Seriously, back off from that slime. Its HP is super low already, one hit, and it's toast. Hearing what they have to say? Dex looks down at the little slime, looking up at him with a sad expression. He lowers his head, then snaps his eyes open and glares right at the two of them. Pulling his cloak's hood over his head, he slowly steps forward toward them. The orange-haired guy frowns, asking with annoyance, what's wrong with this weirdo? The brown-haired guy beside him suddenly realizes, wait, that look! I think I've seen him somewhere before. Looking tense, Dex glares straight at them. The orange-haired guy scowls. Hey! Dex suddenly rushes forward a few steps. The red-haired guy reaches out toward Dex, scowling as he yells, are you deaf or what? Dex lifts his face up in total silence, then flashes a subtle grin. At the top of his lungs, Dex screams, it's a PKer! The orange-haired guy's eyes shoot wide open in pure shock as he stammers, what the... Before he can finish, Dex dramatically face-plants straight onto the ground, playing total victim. I'm gonna die. There's a PKer right here. The orange-haired guy stands frozen nearby, stuttering. Hey! What are you talking about? I'm gonna shove... Dex keeps screaming at the top of his lungs. The PKer is right here! All the players hunting for PKers nearby, hearing that, their eyes light up. A PKer! They all rush over toward the two of them. The massive bounty makes the orange and brown-haired guys panic, screaming at the top of their lungs. No, wait, explain! That jerk was blocking my way, so I literally just shoved him. The orange-haired guy spins around screaming, are you kidding me? Look over there, that sketchy-looking bastard is the actual guy. The moment the orange-haired guy turns back around is the exact second Dex and the slime make their getaway. He shrieks, he's running away! The mob of players goes feral, charging straight at the orange-haired guy. Shut your trap and hand over the event reward. You scumbag murderer, how dare you target innocent newbies? You psycho, the reward, give us the bounty! The crowd glares daggers at the two of them. The brown-haired guy starts sweating bullets, thinking, wait, now I remember. I was wondering where the hell I'd seen that gloomy vibe before. That guy is the legendary PKer everyone's talking about. The sky and ground instantly start flashing a glaring red light, drowned out by the terrified screams of the two guys. Wait, we're totally innocent. Shut it, you murderers. Scene cuts to a different forest. Dex and the slime are sitting on a fallen log. Dex is wiping sweat, huffing and puffing. Phew! Man, I barely made it out of that one. He picks up the little slime with a bright, goofy grin. So you followed me all the way here, huh? The slime happily bounces around going, Q. Dex pulls the little slime into a hug, cooing, "Aw, aren't you just the cutest little thing? Are you all right, little guy? Your wound's okay?" The system notification pops up. You have rescued a slime in danger. Your affinity with the slime species has reached its maximum value. You have earned the title Slime's Best Friend. Cradling the little slime in his arms, he looks up at the system notification and mutters, "Oh." Then he looks back down and says, "Huh. I suppose the number of slimes I've saved equals the number of newbies I've killed, so getting this title makes total sense." Cradling the slime, he ponders. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that I've got level 1 slime affinity at 4. To keep playing this game, I need something to give myself an edge. Something to get me through this mess. The system chimes in. You have met the minimum requirement for recognition points. You have formed a mutual aid relationship with the slime tribe. You are now authorized to use your recognition points to help them. Staring at the system interface, he tilts his head in confusion. Help them? How? Level 1 slime, HP 50, mana none. Attack power, 10 physical defense 1. Recognition points, 1,025. 1,025 recognition points. Staring down at the slime in astonishment, a sudden grin spreads across his face. He bursts out laughing. Ha 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 ha! This game is about to get so fun and totally insane. Were recognition points literally born for this exact thing? Channeling a surge of orange and red energy into the slime, he watches it gradually turn bright orange. Recognition points 1,025. Recognition points will be permanently consumed. Do you really want to apply these changes? With a grin, he confirms the prompt. Suddenly, a colossal deity-like figure seems to manifest behind him, and the slime channeling immense power into them. A blinding pillar of light illuminates the entire forest. The base stats of the slime tribe have been altered. Monsters are targets for players to hunt, from female demons to rock golems. Their existence is crucial in an RPG, meaning role-playing games where you fight monsters to level up. Among them, some are specifically meant for beginners during rookie hunting sessions, providing basic combat tutorials. Monsters known as starter mobs for newbies. In the world of Acadia Online, these creatures are called slimes, and they look just like bouncing jelly blobs that can walk. However, what happens if these monsters become way too overpowered for beginners? The results can be found on Acadia's official video platform. Videos titled things like, "I tried getting as strong as possible with a level 1 wooden stick, tower climbing runs, or guess whether I'm a newbie or not." Or a viral video titled, "These slimes are way too strong." This video even racked up insane view counts. The content unfolds like this actual in-game footage appears right before your eyes. The player experience is mind-blowingly realistic. Whoa, I can even see my own fingerprints in here. The graphics are freaking awesome. Through the player's perspective, the scenery looks hyper-realistic. The entire view feels like a real-life VR experience. Suddenly, the player spots a blue slime monster right ahead. Oh, is that a slime? So cute, look at it, looking all dazed. Oh well, I'll go ahead and take it down. The player finishes speaking, draws their weapon, and charges at the seemingly harmless creature, which lets out a soft squeak. Squeak. The player freezes for a split second. Instantly, the normally docile slime lunges forward aggressively, attacking the player before she can even react, knocking her backward. What the heck? Wait a minute. Somebody help me. Attacked relentlessly with no way to fight back. The player quickly dies right on the spot. At that moment, a notification pops up. You have died. You have received a penalty login restricted for the next 24 hours. Please be more careful next time. Down in the comment section, engagement is through the roof. Everyone is chiming in with lively comments. Oh God, did she just get killed by a slime? What is this? Is she faking? How do you die from just one hit? Slimes have been acting crazy strong lately. I died to one too. What are you guys talking about? Slimes are stronger. The result of passing 1,025 recognitions level 15 slimes, a tragic fate dealt by creatures that look utterly weak. Acadia averages 10,000 newbies every day, a total wipeout. New players are slowly becoming terrified of these tiny monsters. A super cute-looking slime approaches squeaking away. It quickly gets slashed in half, but the surrounding players are struggling immensely. What the hell is going on? What's wrong with these slimes? I only got hit twice and my HP bar is almost empty. Some players are even reduced to tears, chased helplessly. Help me! This thing is stalking me like crazy. Somebody save me! Right at that moment, looking down from a cliff ledge, Dex observes the scene and thinks, "Ha ha, what a total mess. Come to think of it, these slimes used to be passive mobs that only fought back when attacked first. Why did they turn into aggressive aggro on-site monsters?" Standing confidently before a newbie, a slime creeps closer. Dex thinks, did their nature change after leveling up? If that's the case, is recognition the ability to alter a monster's very nature when applied like this? This must be some kind of complex mechanic of the anarchist class that I need to look into further. Suddenly he spots a familiar figure down below. Aren't those the guys who were tailing me earlier? Meanwhile, the group down below is completely surrounded by slimes. A blue-haired guy screams out in panic, "What the hell? How are these measly slimes daring to attack us?" No sooner does he finish speaking than he sees a slime leap right at him. Frozen in place with his feet glued to the ground, he takes the full brunt of the hit. Squeak! The monster lets out a cheerful cry and another system notification pops up. Reinforced slime has defeated a newbie. Seeing this scene unfold, the rest of the group is struck with utter terror. He got taken down in one hit. Moments later, a chorus of desperate screams rings out. "Ah, help! Reinforced slime has defeated a newbie. Recognition +1. Reinforced slime has defeated a newbie. Recognition +1. Watching the whole spectacle unfold, Death finally understands. Licking his lips with a sly smirk, he mutters, "This is getting way more interesting than I thought." Just 2 hours after my confession, my points shot up to 3,924. I put my hands on my hips and grinned in satisfaction. Earning this much in just 2 hours is 4 times what I had before. All that time I spent on newbie killing for 2 whole days feels like a total waste of effort now. My newbie killer count is at 4,949. I shouldn't just focus on quests anymore. Wouldn't it be better to just buff these slimes as much as I can and let them do all the harvesting for me? The slime reached level 15 and can't be upgraded any further. I stared at the notification feeling bummed. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. But I'm not the type to dwell on it. All right then. Besides, this level is good enough for now, so it's fine. Dex looked at the slimes in front of him and waved his hand. All right, listen up. I'm counting on you guys. The slimes bounced in response. Okay, master. Meanwhile, at the South Korean branch of Arcadia Online, Kwon Myung-han's eyes bulged with rage as he barked, "Give me a report now." "Yes, sir, it's terrifying." A brave employee stepped forward and said, "Sir, today, at the 1,320th hour, we confirmed that the stats of many slimes have increased strangely. Because of this, a massive number of new players have been wiped out suddenly." As the situation continued to escalate, Kwon Myung-han asked, "Any word from headquarters?" The employee replied honestly, "About that, we've run several tests, but we haven't found any answers yet." Kwon Myung-han exploded, "Damn it! I'll check it myself later. Just how much stronger are these slimes? If they weren't at least twice as strong, we wouldn't be in this mess." The employee stammered in fear, "Yes, about that. 10 times. The employee's answer caught him off guard. "They're 10 times stronger." Kwon Myung-han turned around deep in thought. 10 times. Not just 2 or 3. They're actually 10 times stronger. The staff behind him cowered, heads bowed to the floor. Suddenly, Kwon Myung-han shouted, "Wait, how much HP did the original newbies have?" The employee replied, They have exactly 100 HP. Kwon Myung-han paled. That means with the slime's current power, the employee probably guessed what his boss was thinking. Yes, for a level 1 newbie, a single hit is enough to send them packing to the respawn point. With that, he quickly took action himself. Everything happening inside Arcadia, it can't just be a simple bug. It's a world calculated with the most advanced technology. He opened the door to dive in. We can't just ignore this incident. In the end, Kwon Myung-han decided to experience it firsthand. If I can't understand the reports, I'll observe it directly in the game. A blue light appeared right before his eyes and the game began. A notification popped up in his vision. Manager Level 3 Authority confirmed. Executive Director Kwon Myung-han verified. Connecting. He stepped slowly into the virtual space, his face full of determination. I'm here to find the truth. He called out for Alice. The young girl with platinum hair appeared immediately at the sound of his voice. Back at the newbie hunting grounds in the slime territory, Dex was walking through the forest. He observed the path ahead in silence. No one's here. Something must have happened. A system notification popped up. Newbie killer. Kill players who haven't completed their class promotion. Number of newbies you have defeated. 9,640. Time remaining 1 day, 22 hours, 46 minutes, and 17 seconds. He realized the kill count was slowing down. Almost no new players were coming anymore. I bet the rumors about this place being dangerous are spreading. He watched other players fighting slimes. It wasn't just him. Level 15 adventurers had also started coming here to hunt. Given his current strength, the slimes were getting hard to deal with. He looked at the other players. So much XP. Dex realized that meant this spot wasn't very useful anymore. But, well, it wasn't too bad. He looked at the number on his system, 9,987. The quest count hadn't completely stopped. It was slowly ticking up. And finally, it hit the 10,000 mark. Immediately, a system notification appeared. You have defeated 10,000 newbies. This is an achievement few can reach. You have become the wicked murderer recognized by all. Title obtained. The newbie killer. The quest reward has been improved. You will now receive a mid-tier reward. Another notification board appeared. This time, it was a reward chest. Mid-tier reward. Accept. Dex was thrilled to see the notification for a mid-tier reward. Mid-tier reward jackpot. Let's see what's inside. He quickly tapped accept on the board. After the chest opened, a purple light emerged. It was blindingly bright and growing larger by the second. Dex frowned, gritting his teeth in frustration. What the hell is this? Is the mid-tier reward actually a trap? Why is the light so blinding? After the light faded, only a black orb was left floating in the air. I wonder, is that black thing the reward? It's an egg. A large crack appeared on the black egg. Then it split completely in half. Another blinding light poured out from the egg, and a new system notification appeared instantly. You have opened the mid-tier reward. You have obtained a companion. A man with white wings emerged from the light created by the egg. The man wore a smile, and he fixed his fiery red eyes on Dex and asked coldly, Who are you to dare summon me? But Dex was terrified by the man's overwhelming pressure and kept backing away. Yet he was incredibly excited, thinking, the pressure is insane. What kind of monster did I just summon? Dex widened his eyes in shock. It was as if he had just realized something. Wait a minute. That's the Lord of Chaos, the Demon King Satan. He stared at the blazing red eyes hidden within that purple light. Dex was utterly astonished, as the Demon King Satan flashed an incredibly arrogant smirk. Trying to summon my full self is a bit tough, isn't it? Looks like I've been summoned in a younger form than my true self. The Demon King. Satan appeared as a child with white hair, red eyes, and wings on his back. Even though he had a tiny body, the Demon King Satan remained incredibly arrogant about his own power. Well, whatever. With this amount of power, it should be enough to slaughter those damn angels. Dex looked coldly at the Demon King, who only came up to his knees, waving his arms around. The Demon King looked confused. Finally, the Demon King realized his body had become incredibly small. He panicked, looking at himself. Where am I, and what is this appearance? What happened to me? Why am I suddenly so tiny? The Demon King gritted his teeth and glared at Dex with hatred. Hey, you human over there! Dex replied immediately. Yeah. The Demon King asked angrily. Are you the one who summoned me? Dex scratched his head, slightly confused by the Demon King's question. Summon you? I haven't even learned how to do that yet. I just opened a common grade reward and then you just appeared. And they say you're my companion. The Demon King was so shocked he felt like his soul left his body. He screamed internally, What? The Demon King found it all unbelievable. He kept questioning it. No, isn't a low-level imp supposed to be a companion? Why am I someone else's companion? What the hell is going on? How could I be bound by a contract without even having a say in it? I have ruled over many demons in the demon realm, so why now? Dex looked at the small-bodied demon king kneeling on the ground, clutching his head. What is this brat babbling about? Still, there was a hint of disbelief in Dex's eyes as he muttered, So, this is the Demon King. The Demon King recalled his former powerful and majestic appearance. Now furious, he sat on the ground, holding his face. Damn it! What kind of bad luck is this, and what kind of twisted mess have I gotten myself into? Ugh, honestly. After thinking it over, he crankily called out to Dex. Hey, human. Dex looked suspicious. The Demon King floated up into the air to be at eye level with him. He crossed his arms and said coldly to Dex, No matter what, since I've been bound to this contract to be your companion, I suppose we'll be together? For the time being. Dex replied briefly, Is that so? The Demon King used his small body to sit cross-legged on top of Dex's head. So, the Demon King leaned down to look at him. He took the initiative to make a proposal. Since things have turned out this way, let's reach an agreement. Dex looked up at the Demon King on his head, silent and unresponsive. He lowered his eyes, wondering, The Demon King is sitting on my head. Should I be happy about this? Not seeing any response, the Demon King angrily cleared his throat. He hovered in the air, observing Dex. Hey, human. It seems you possess quite a decent source of power. Don't you? Dex looked at him, puzzled. Power? What power? Just then, the system notification appeared. You can use recognition to release power for your companion. However, since your companion is a demon, please be careful not to be deceived or manipulated. The Demon King wore a wicked smile. Oh, I see. So that's why I was bound to this contract, huh? If it goes well, I'll be able to crush those damn angels. Dex asked him, confused, What are you talking about? Explain it to me. The Demon King flew in front of Dex, asking deviously, Hey, can you give that power of yours to me? Dex had been listening to the Demon King this whole time, but didn't understand anything. What power are you talking about? The Demon King smiled and pointed at him. What else could it be? The power that allows you to overturn the laws of the world, the one you possess. After hearing that, Dex could only stare in astonishment. What, no way? He asked the Demon King back, You mean recognition? The Demon King pointed at himself, trying to tempt Dex. You can give that power to me exactly. Besides, for a human. You can probably only use that power to a limited extent. Instead of that, give it to me. If you do, I will reward you handsomely. Dex thought about a mountain of gold, silver, and jewels. A system notification appeared. Recognition. 8,975. 10 dodge 4. Accuracy 10. Luck 4 resistance. He guessed that the stat the Demon King Satan craved meant that recognition was a special element in this game. So he asked the Demon King, What will you give me in exchange for recognition? The Demon King laughed loudly and summoned a magic circle. Let's see. If you give me all of it. A dazzling light emerged from the Demon King's magic circle. He waved his hand and asked for Dex's opinion. Is this good enough? The system displayed a notification. Lament of Nago. Nago's cloak belonged to the leader of the second-ranked force in the demon realm. Level requirement 150, physical resistance 2,500, magic resistance 1,500. Special skill, soul energy absorption, shield skill, demon form level 2. Protects the player from one fatal blow. Dex felt absolutely incredulous. The level requirement is 150, that's insane. I heard that the top-ranked players on the American server, who even started earlier than the Korean server, are only at level 50 or above. He thought to himself, for someone at his current level, I heard that even the top-ranked players on the American server who started way earlier than the Korean server are only around level 50 or so, and he's wondering what that means for him right now. In the end, he still rejected the item the Demon King offered. I don't need that. The Demon King gave a cold laugh. I suppose that's not good enough, is it? Fair enough. Someone who signs a contract with me wouldn't be satisfied with something like this. The Demon King asked him, If that's the case, is there anything you truly desire? Dex didn't hesitate for a second. Anything I want you say? I haven't really thought of anything yet. Suddenly an idea struck him. Oh, there is one thing. Can you also boost the power of monsters? The Demon King was full of question marks at Dex's request. Curiously, he asked, which monster? Dex named it a slime. At that moment, the Demon King was left completely stunned. He doubted his ears. A slime? Really? Then the Demon King couldn't stop clutching his stomach, laughing. Ha ha, you're truly insane. Dex, you're genuinely interesting. I'm not sure what kind of situation this is, but I've never seen a request like this before. Dex ignored his mockery and asked coldly, so can you do it or not? The Demon King pointed at himself, asserting with absolute confidence, there is nothing I cannot do. Very well. How much will you give me in return? Dex looked into the system. The reward 8,975. He laughed out loud and said to the Demon King, everything. The Demon King also laughed with pure joy. At that moment, they stood within a magic circle and the Demon King shouted, establish the contract! A massive beam of light shot down from the sky to the ground, even illuminating the surrounding areas, while lightning crackled and spread across the heavens. The slime's body began to transform. It took on a human shape. The system displayed a notification, Queen Slime Level 100. A massive, fierce flame erupted. Fireball. A voice suddenly rang out. Who piece of cake? A red-haired man carrying a large sword on his shoulder spoke up. I don't know what went wrong, but overall this situation is actually pretty great. Killing a few of these is enough to gain quite a bit of experience points. The burly man in armor looked at the slime with utter contempt. Even if it's level 20, a slime is still just a slime. When it comes down to it, they're just weak little monsters with simple attacks. The red-haired guy continued, that's exactly why this slime den has become the perfect spot for us, even if they're pretty terrifying for beginners. The girl smiled. Working hard to level up really does make a person feel at ease. She asked for her teammates' opinions. If we keep up this pace, do you think we could aim for a spot among the top hunters? The red-haired guy laughed. Ha ha, that's very possible. If we keep hunting here, we'll definitely reach that goal. But suddenly the ground cracked open unexpectedly. The group fell straight down. The girl screamed in terror. What's happening? From the fissures in the ground. A strange voice suddenly echoed. Remember the pathetic rage of dying for no reason. The mysterious voice kept ringing out, for the sake of a race that always lived in peace. For your own sake, fight back against the evil demons. Blood must be paid with blood. Within that beam of light, many slimes appeared. Those slimes with glowing, intense eyes. They stared fixedly at the group. The red-haired man's group gaped in astonishment at the scene before them. The ground began to shake again. The girl screamed in terror. Look! The red-haired man asked doubtfully, a tremor? Is it an earthquake? Suddenly his eyes widened in shock and a cry of horror broke out. Oh my God! Right in front of them were countless slimes floating in midair. They stared intensely at the three people standing there with glowing eyes. The light radiating from the slimes was blinding. The red-haired man hurriedly used his hands to shield his face. His thoughts were filled with fear. It's all over. Then he screamed, Ah! Someone help me! Seemingly ready to face death. The red-haired man squeezed his eyes shut, but the death he imagined did not happen. The red-haired man, suspicious, tried to peek through his eyes. The slimes weren't attacking him, they were flying right past him to go somewhere else. The red-haired man was left stunned by this sight. He was confused. What are they doing? Where are they going? The man in armor suddenly spoke up. Hey, look over there. There's something over there. Indeed, something with the massive size suddenly appeared in front of the players. Right in front of every player, a system notification appeared. The girl looked on in confusion. Why had the status window suddenly popped up? It read, Slimes are a race that loves strolling through green fields and cherishes peace above all else. They have been slaughtered senselessly because of the humans who suddenly appeared. After waiting patiently, the slime tribe has reached a conclusion. No more patience. Now is the time to stand up and fight for peace. Countless slaughtered slimes have now taken up arms, becoming leaders of their race to fight and forge new laws. A glow radiated from the chest of the Slime Queen. A blinding light erupted. Slime Queen, level 100. The queen was furious. She let out a cry of pure rage and threw her head back, screaming at the sky. After her scream, the surrounding trees shook violently. The power of that cry rippled outward, causing trees to collapse and the ground to tremble. Cries for help echoed everywhere. Kaylin is dead. Ugh, a tree fell on my leg. Someone help me move this tree. Please. Help. I haven't even had my death sentence for long yet. The red-haired guy jumped to the ground. Beside him, his teammate, a guy in armor, was crushed under a massive tree with only his hand visible. The red-haired guy's face was filled only with terror. Facing the slime queen, the only thing he could do was let out a cry, "Oh God, this is—" High above, the Demon King looked down at the chaos and carnage below. Dex stared in shock, asking incredulously, "Demon King, what have you done?" The Demon King stood with his hands on his hips, wearing a smug grin. "Would I just help the slimes get stronger just like you asked?" Dex shouted angrily. "Wait, when I told you to make them stronger, I didn't mean you should make them powerful to this overwhelming extent." Suddenly, a roar of immense power erupted, nearly blowing both of them away. Dex scrambled to get away. He gritted his teeth in anger while the Demon King was completely thrilled. "Ha ha 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 ha! She's got guts! If she gets any stronger, she might even earn a spot on the World of Demons leaderboards." The Demon King chased after Dex excitedly, talking about the slime's future. Even though they're weak monsters, once their desire for revenge is stirred up, they become shockingly strong. They will definitely create their own laws. Dex, confused, asked, "Desire for revenge? What are you talking about?" The Demon King gave him a mischievous wink. "What else, just like you saw? Those humans showed up and killed many slimes. I only awakened their thirst for revenge a little bit. I also used that acknowledgement you gave me." Dex was stunned. "What?" The Demon King explained, "Bringing a creature to its next evolutionary level with a bit of acknowledgement. That's the power I possess, acknowledgement." Below, the massive slime army kept pouring out. Shouts erupted instantly. "They're coming for us! Everyone get into battle formation!" A shield wall was erected in front of the players. They yelled, "Use the tools to block them. If they break through the defensive line, we're dead." The slimes began attacking the players, plunging them into a brutal battle. A system notification appeared. Main scenario, the Forgotten Darkness, has begun forming. Linked quest, Defeat the Player Slayer, has been removed. Linked quest, Slime's Fury, has appeared before all players. A status window appeared before every player, informing them that the main scenario, the Forgotten Darkness, had begun and Slime's Fury had appeared. The ancient, forgotten evil darkness has connected with the slimes, awakening the fury within them. Slimes consumed by rage will destroy everything. That shows traces of humanity. Block their attack and protect your base. Victory condition, protect the newbie city. Defeat the Slime Queen. Time remaining 6 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes. And 24 seconds. You will fail if the city's guardian crystal is destroyed. If you fail, the newbie city will be destroyed. Upon seeing the status window, shocked screams echoed everywhere. The main scenario, really? How can this be? This is absurd. The newbie city will be permanently destroyed. Then what's going to happen to us? Ridiculous, what kind of hellish game is this? A loud scream suddenly rang out from outside the city. Dex, a short-haired girl, froze when she heard it. She looked to her side, the only thought crossing her mind being, "We're doomed." The Slime Queen appeared, looking down at all the players in the city. The Demon King suddenly asked, "Dex, what are you going to do now?" Dex asked, confused, "What do you mean everyone must be busy trying to stop those slimes right now?" The Demon King leaned in close and whispered a wicked idea to Dex. "If you secretly destroy the newbie city's guardian crystal now, then it would all be over, wouldn't it?" Dex glanced at him, thinking, "This jerk. Every word he says is trying to manipulate me into doing what he wants." Of course he wouldn't do what the Demon King hoped. Dex replied, "From now on, I'm just going to sit back and watch." The Demon King asked skeptically, "Why?" The Demon King continued to grin wickedly, speculating, "You want to wait until the very last second to crush all their hope, don't you? Ha ha ha! Magnificent. Truly a majestic sight. You really are the true devil, aren't you?" The Demon King just keeps laughing crazily to himself. "It's going to be such a fun day, hoo-hoo-hoo-k-k." Dex felt completely helpless watching him and decided to just leave it be. Suddenly, a series of system notifications flashed across his vision. "You have defeated a novice player. Recognition increased by 1. You have defeated a novice player. Recognition increased by 1. Dex was surrounded by a barrage of notifications, and as he read through the contents, he was absolutely shocked. Damn, it's exactly as he said. I have to make a choice between the players and the monsters. Which side will be more profitable to help? Queen Slime, a monster forged from countless innocent murdered little slimes fueled by a burning desire for vengeance. She stood with an overwhelming massive physique sporting her signature deep blue color. She let out a furious roar in the dark of the night. "I've reached level 100. My stats are HP 12,000, MP 3,000 defense, 250 magic defense, 120. Physical attack 5,500, along with my ruler's roar skill, leap, and my unique trait, tribal consciousness. I can regenerate rapidly, and most importantly, because of my grudge, I absolutely loathe humanity. This entire scene was being broadcast in a private conference room at the Korean branch. Under the leadership of Kwon Myung-han, he stood there with his arms crossed, watching the situation intently. Then suddenly, the head of the scenario team, Kang Tae-hoon, jumped up from his seat, shouting anxiously, "The server must be shut down immediately!" Something is definitely wrong here. Otherwise, how could a level 100 monster possibly appear in the starter village? Hwang Ji-hye, the lead designer of the design team, agreed with him. He's right. We have never designed a monster like that before. That means that monster was not designed by the Korean branch. I think this was planned by headquarters from the start. I think it would be better if we took some action. Kang Tae-hoon turned to the CEO aggressively. We have to report this to headquarters. I don't know what the developers are thinking, but they must have specific policies for situations like this. That is an abuse of power. Finally, Kwon Myung-han lowered his head in deep thought. He recalled the unexpected events that had been happening recently. The sudden activation of the main scenario, the investigation into that suspicious murderer, and finally, the appearance of the Rage of the Slime raid. After pondering for a moment, a bold thought flashed through his mind, causing his brow to furrow. Don't tell me, does everyone know what our company is actually trying to achieve? When Kwon Myung-han asked that question, everyone was left stunned. Kang Tae-hoon asked in bewilderment, What did you just say? But Kwon Myung-han ignored him and continued seriously. It's unlimited potential and absolute freedom. Do you all think something like this is our plan? I mean, the headquarters plan. Do you think those lazy people would come up with a concrete plan and just hand it to us? As a barrage of questions was thrown his way, Hwang Ji-hye asked coldly, What are you talking about? Seeming to fear they didn't grasp his line of thought, Kwon Myung-han continued to explain, One player caused all of this. The appearance of this main scenario, the slaughter of novices, the manipulation of the slime population, and the emergence of the boss monster, all of these things. Everyone present in the meeting room was stunned. Noisy chatter erupted. How could that even be possible? Wait, if we check the quest logs, it might actually be possible, Kang Tae-hoon asked suspiciously. You mean all of this? Is it all because of one suspicious player? Kwon Myung-han replied, In any case, if this situation was caused by a player, we cannot intervene because that is Arcadia's policy. As he spoke, he looked down at the tablet placed under his desk. We have to be penalized for this. If your quest fails, the starter town will be destroyed forever. At that moment, the starter town was in a state of extreme dangerous chaos. Massive fires erupted everywhere, threatening to swallow all the buildings. The battle between the players and the slimes continued to rage with no sign of stopping. Both sides lunged at each other, killing mercilessly. The guard Bayan rushed in and sliced a small slime in two. Tensed, he thought, I've only managed to take out one so far. This village will be wiped off the map if there aren't any more adventurers left here. More importantly, where in the world are all these slimes coming from? There are so many of them, Bayan thought, lost in his own mind. Suddenly, a slime beast appeared and crept up right behind him. He panicked and looked back, realizing, I'm done for. Just as things hit a breaking point, a blonde-haired man suddenly stepped in front to shield him. He looked back and shouted, Old man, take this chance to get out of here. Bayan snapped back to reality. Oh, right, I got it. Both of them immediately ran to hide in a narrow alley between the houses. Clutching his arm, which seemed to be seriously injured, Bayan panted, Phew! I didn't think they would chase us all the way here. The blonde man watched the activity outside and comforted him. Get your wounds treated here. I'll keep watch. Bayan looked up at him and said, Thank you. I only survived thanks to you. I don't know how to thank you enough. The blonde man turned back, gave a thumbs up, and laughed. Don't sweat it. I'm just doing what needs to be done. Bayan didn't dismiss it that easily. He insisted, No looking at you reminds me of my commander. He was always going around helping those in danger. Just like you. Hearing that, the blonde man rubbed his head in embarrassment and gave a wry smile, silently thinking, Man, this is way more awkward than I thought. The guard Bayan suddenly turned serious. What brought me here? He looked the man straight in the eye and asked, When you're free, could you meet me for a moment? The warrior's record is written in my grandfather's journal. The blonde man checked his system task board. Hidden quest savior. You have met all requirements to rank up. Do you accept the legendary hero title? He was surprised, unable to believe his eyes. A hidden quest. I finally found a hidden quest, just like the rumors said. Whoa, this is crazy. Is this the kind of thing people can find in this setting? Then he struck a determined pose. I'm going to do it. I'm really curious about what that guard was talking about. Guard Bayan was amused by his attitude. Ho, 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 I'll be waiting for you, but first, he said, we need to stop this monster. That battle. It had been 3 days since the Slime Rage raid began. After about half a week into the event, players were truly feeling helpless against the slimes. However, throughout those 3 days, the Korean players didn't back down. The tide of battle turned when high-level players joined the raid. Beginners also formed squads and fought systematically. More importantly, once they killed 1,000 slimes, everyone received the Slime Slayer title. This title boosted the players' resistance to slimes by 30% and increased damage against them by 40%. For the beginners who achieved this, they were finally able to slow down the slime's advance with it. The beginners started to see a glimmer of hope. A massive pile of defeated slimes reached mountain-like proportions. The blonde man stepped up and planted a flag on top of it. He smiled with satisfaction. Awesome, keep it up like this. Elsewhere on a cliff edge, Dex stood with his arms crossed, closely watching his system board. Displayed was his active quest, Beginner Slayer, kill players who have not yet undergone a job change. The number of beginners killed was 32,576. The countdown showed 1 day, 22 hours, 46 minutes, and 17 seconds remaining. The Demon King. Satan stared at the kill count on the screen and was extremely satisfied. He laughed gleefully. Heh heh heh. Just thinking about how you've killed over 30,000 people. See, this is what a real war is. I've never seen a player as cruel as you. Then he became even more excited. He flew over and patted Dex on the head, laughing. Heh 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 heh, great, just great. Dex felt a bit weird getting praised by a demon for doing such evil things. It feels so strange. He looked down at his quest points, 22,576. I can't believe I've racked up that many. It would be so hard to reach this number. If I just killed them one by one. Satan asked, so what are you going to do next? Dex asked, back confused. Do what? Satan crossed his arms and replied coolly, what's next? I'm talking about the current situation. If you don't do anything, humanity will surely win. Looking at the crowd standing below, he pondered for a moment. Then he broke into a cold, sinister smile. That wouldn't be any fun. He went back to fiddling with the system. Satan, standing next to him, was puzzled. Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Instead of answering, he threw on a black cloak full of tattered rips. Satan noticed dark, dried bloodstains still clinging to the hem. He panicked. What is that? Don't tell me you smeared blood on it. Dex gave a cold laugh. Either way, it's time to choose our side. With a triumphant smirk, Satan finally made his decision. We chose the side of the slimes. Meanwhile, at a high-rise building in South Korea, Gwanmi-eung, Han was pleading with his leader, please call off the raid, please. The CEO listened to her subordinate's desperate request, slowly turning her alluring gaze toward him. She had a beautiful face with an elegant aura that could stir anyone's heart. That was Limmy Ion, the female CEO of Arcadia, an eagle perched on a high branch, spreading her wings to soar across the vast sky. The time limit for the slime raid was 7 days a duration, both long and short. It was the birth of a place truly deserving the name Battlefield, rather than a newbie village. The end began to draw near. Life in this place seemed to have returned to the peace of the beginning. People crowded together in small groups, chatting and talking, waiting for the raid to end. Only 0 hours, 10 minutes, 42 seconds. The boy in black said happily, the slimes have gone quiet. Maybe they've given up. It's been a whole week and they couldn't break the defense line, so what else could they hope for? The blonde man standing next to him responded enthusiastically, yeah, 10 minutes, only 10 minutes left. Almost over. The countdown timer began ticking away. The players here were all overflowing with hope for victory, unaware that at this very moment, it was merely the calm before the storm. Just as everyone thought the outcome was decided, the system countdown alarm rang. Exactly 10 minutes left. The moment of life and death had truly begun. Amidst the panic and terror of those present, the sky gradually turned an eerie dark crimson. Everyone was frightened and panicked. What's happening? Why has the sky suddenly turned deep red? Damn, I have a bad feeling about this. Everyone gather up, I've got a bad feeling. While the opposing side was in chaos on this side, Dex wore a sinister smile. All right. He stood atop the slime queen and commanded, begin. The Predator's game officially started. Over at the newbie team's front line, the blonde man hurriedly waved his arms, shouting to stabilize the situation. Everyone don't be afraid, so what if the sky changed color? It doesn't matter, it's almost over. No matter what the slimes do, they can't do anything else. He was cut off by a sound that made him go silent. A buy-in guard said nervously, it's moving. The thing moving that he was referring to was the slime queen. She appeared with a colossal form. Compared to the player's fortress walls, she was over 10 meters tall. Humanity had slaughtered countless innocent slimes for a long time. The slimes began to resist because they could no longer endure humanity's cruel actions, and they became determined to take revenge fueled by anger and the drive to establish something. The monster leader, the slime queen, had appeared. She let out an angry roar, a massive echoing sound that forced the newbie players to step back, to keep their footing. At this moment, the system notification bar was still counting down the time until the raid ended 0 hours, 9 minutes, 58 seconds. While the players were still terrified, the slime queen reached out her slimy hands and slammed them down into the ground, unleashing countless tiny, adorable baby slimes. The number of slimes was so overwhelming that the group of players lost all will to fight. Most of them dropped their weapons, swords, and shields to run for their lives. Some were so scared they sat frozen on the ground, unable to move, while others just ran frantically. The scene instantly turned into complete chaos. Ah, run! What kind of slime monster is this? Seeing the situation going south, the blonde man yelled in panic, calling out, everyone maintain formation, don't run! He tried his best to reassure and beg everyone to fight. Attack, use everything you've got, damn it! Magic or bows, anything? Are you all really that scared? It's just a game. Why is everyone so terrified? Suddenly he felt an approaching pressure that made him go silent in horror. A black shadow loomed over his vision. He tilted his head back to see the giant sticky hand of the slime queen. It was descending right on top of him. The man opened his eyes wide in terror, watching the hand squeeze him tighter and tighter. He cursed in despair. Damn it! They actually created this thing, and they expect us to defeat it. His final words were completely swallowed by the purple slime pouring down caused by the slime queen. At that exact moment, suddenly from afar, there were consecutive surprise attacks aimed straight at the monster queen. A fierce red-haired man shouted, everyone listen to me! Abamidi! This worked. It successfully caught the attention of the scattered crowd. They looked up toward the source of the voice. The red-haired guy yelled aggressively, 5 minutes. We just need to hold on for 5 minutes. No need to kill it, just draw its attention and run circles around it, that's all. We just need to stand so it touches the guardian stone in the starter village, and we'll win. The stone he's talking about is a large purple spirit stone that emits a faint, eerie glow. It sits on a pedestal in the middle of the village. Once everyone hears the reminder, they snap to attention. We have to protect it at all costs. Let's uphold the reputation of Korean players. To the front lines, they look at each other, signaling with their eyes, and nod in unison. Everyone grabs their weapons and rushes toward the red-haired man, screaming and stealing their nerves, ready to keep fighting. Everyone is fired up. Damn it, don't worry about dying, just keep attacking. It doesn't matter if you aren't doing damage. Anyone with long-range attacks, get over here now! Attack! Ah, this is the human wave strategy. After successfully riling up the group, the red-haired man looks incredibly smug. It seems we've solved the most urgent problem in the nick of time. Great, do it. Now both sides are in position, ready to fight. The giant slime queen faces the crowd of starter players. Who will be the final victor? There are only 10 seconds left in the countdown for the final battle. The slime queen starts first, dumping a massive amount of blue-purple slime. She aggressively sweeps her arms toward the players, shattering the defensive wall and sending a group of low-level players flying into the air. The red-haired man charges forward with his massive sword, even shouting a challenge, "Come and get it! Bring it on, you filthy slime!" He slams his sword into the ground, gaining momentum to lunge straight at the slime queen with immense force. Golden flames flicker around his sword. The slime queen isn't flustered. Just as the man gets close, she uses her magic to conjure a protective energy shield. The impact recoils, sending the man flying backward. Still, he's stubborn and won't give up. Too slow, take this and it's over. Damn slime. The scene shifts to the CEO's office high up in a skyscraper. Opposite Mun Young Han, who is standing in front of the desk, Lim Young asks coldly, "So you want to request the right to stop the slime raid?" Mun Young Han answers nervously, "That's right, like I said." "That's impossible." Lim Young stands up and replies flatly, "I already said it, it's impossible. We aren't the gods of Arcadia, we only manage it. Our role is to provide appropriate countermeasures, not to erase the entire event." Inside the game at this moment, after landing an attack on the Slime Queen, the red-haired man sits tiredly at the base of the pedestal containing the village's guardian spirit stone. He gasps for air and mutters to himself, "Huff, it's actually over, right?" Just when he thinks everything is settled and the outcome is sealed, a noise comes from behind. The guardian stone begins to crack to his horror. He never in a million years expected it. He had defeated the one he thought was the final boss of the quest, the Slime Queen, but with just one moment of carelessness, Dex had quietly approached from behind. And with one sword strike, he pierces the guardian stone. Dex says blankly, "Oops, my hand slipped." The system announces, "The village guardian stone has been destroyed. Linked quest. You have failed to quell the slime's rage. The starter village will be destroyed forever." The red-haired man is in deep shock, barely able to choke out a few words. You son of a—" The curse barely leaves his lips before it's silenced by a cold, ruthless sword strike executed with finality. But Dex doesn't even feel a hint of emotion. He just coldly asks himself, I didn't get any recognition points after killing him. Was he just a newbie? Meh, whatever, forget it. The other players, after receiving the system notification, rush over in a panic. "Damn it, I can't believe the Guardian Stone was destroyed. Since when did the slimes get into the plaza?" But when they arrive, the sight before them leaves them stunned. Standing where the Guardian Stone used to be, a figure in a black cloak waits. Wait, that's not a monster. Is that a player? Slowly turning to face them, the large, mysterious purple crystal cracks further. A menacing voice echoes, "The Guardian Crystal has been destroyed." As the voice fades, Dex is seen in his black outfit with his familiar sword standing on the pedestal where the crystal used to be. 3 men witness this. At first they are shocked with their mouths agape. Then they tremble and shout, "Who are you?" They look at him in terror and yell, "What the hell is wrong with this bastard?" The blonde guy yells, "Hey you!" One of the other 3 adds, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" He yells in a gravelly voice, "Thief!" The ear-piercing scream rings out, but Dex just calmly turns his handsome face and smiles in a remarkably cool way. Everyone starts getting angry, drawing their weapons to charge, not forgetting to shout, "Catch that bastard, interrogate him for his identity. I'm going to spend the rest of my life torturing you." He smirks and replies with a sentence full of gunpowder. "Is that so?" he continues, "but this isn't the time for that." Everyone is confused. The man asks, "What do you mean?" A system announcement rings out. Main scenario: The Rising of Forgotten Darkness. Quest Slime's Rage failed. The starter village will be destroyed forever. A powerful pulse of purple light erupts. It soared into the sky and exploded. The crowd below was in an uproar. Someone shouted loudly, "The Slim Queen has exploded!" Green slime began oozing out of cracks in the ground, rising up and growing larger and more powerful. The surrounding people screamed in terror, "There's something under the ground!" As it rose, everyone watched in shock, frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Someone continued, "It looks like they're merging into one." A man raised his sword to strike them, saying, "Don't tell me a slime is being born right now." Another person hearing that exclaimed in agitation, "What the hell are you talking about? That's ridiculous." "I know we're being attacked, but there's no way a monster is being born in the middle of a village." Just as they feared, a giant merged slime appeared, radiating a terrifying aura. Before anyone could react, it slammed a powerful blow onto the ground. It made them scream in fear. The green slime surged toward them, causing them to cover their faces in panic, only to see giant slimes appear before their eyes. They were purple and looked incredibly eerie. Everyone was terrified, saying, "They're too big." System notifications kept popping up. The slimes once looked down upon on the continent of Arcadia. They have defeated the humans who slaughtered them and are now hunting humanity down. The slimes shrieked, "Q, Q, Q." The system flashed again. The slime army rises in a human territory. A head of pink hair fluttered in the night sky. The system announced, and their leader, a slim queen, was seen sitting on a turquoise throne. Her appearance had changed into that of a cold, beautiful woman, as if to say, "I have returned, and I am deadlier than before." Dex down below remarked, "Oh, she's actually pretty cool." Meanwhile, the city no longer held its original beauty, replaced by a dark, slimy landscape covered in a giant magic circle and filled with slimes. The system notification sounded again. The beginner village has been transformed into a slime colony. 4 notifications were broadcast to everyone in the city, warning you have entered a level 80 hunting zone. Proceed with caution. Everyone gasped, trembling with fear. 80! What the hell is going on? A slime sound echoed behind a man. Making his hair stand on end, he screamed, "Ah!" A massive slime army surrounded the 3 of them. Dex laughed maliciously and said, "Is this your doing?" He continued, "Putting the cart before the horse, huh?" The slimes began to attack, causing everyone to scramble in panic, screaming. The scene cut to a blonde girl with a radiant face appearing, saying, "Here is today's gaming news. I'm your reporter, Mika, so glad to see you all again." On screen, she continued, "Arcadia is widely known as a virtual reality game, and the events taking place in the game are being heavily complained about by players. Because the incident took place in the beginner village, the news continued playing while he was still lying in bed. Looking tired from staying up too late playing games, he was catching up on sleep. A moment later, he woke up, yawned, and stretched. The news continued. Because players failed to complete the quest, the existence of a village has been wiped out and turned into a dungeon. This is truly shocking news even for someone who has been a reporter for 5 years and a gamer for 25 like me. What do you all think? This is your resident reporter, Mikan." Dex wiped his head with a towel while listening to the news. He saw comments scrolling rapidly on his phone screen. "Whoa, seriously? An entire beginner village just disappeared like that. What a joke. What the hell are the developers doing? New players getting this as a welcome. That's hopeless. Is this how a game starts? Give us back our beginner village, you bastards." Suddenly, one account commented, causing an uproar. "Actually, I heard this incident is related to the newbie slayer. Is that true?" "What's that about?" "I heard rumors that a player destroyed the guardian crystal, not the slimes. They call that guy the newbie slayer." "Oh, come on. How could that even be possible?" "If it's true, that guy is a legend," he thought to himself while brushing his teeth. "Things are getting pretty chaotic, huh? I guess I'll have to keep a low profile for a while." He continued thinking, "It's probably because of me that so many people lost their items." As he thought, he read a post, "My level was super high, and I lost everything I was in that beginner village during the incident, too. I was doing some quests and getting ready to level up. Then the NPC told me those quests don't exist anymore. How does the gaming company explain this?" He rinsed his mouth, thinking, "I just did what the game told me to do. What do they want me to do instead?" He pictured his titles and his companions, the Chaos Companion, the Demon Lord Satan, and that person. "Do whatever you can to stir up trouble, okay? Just like me right now." He made a contemplative face, scratching his head and thinking, "But who cares? If I broke any rules, the company would have banned me anyway." He reached out to open the door, still muttering, "Besides, I need to focus on my real life." As he spoke, he looked out the door, which was filled with light. The scene cut to a school. People were walking in, and by the entrance was a large sign, Shomen University, Computer Engineering Department. Dex walked into the lecture hall, pulled out a chair, and sat down, thinking, Shomen Engineering University's freshman orientation? It's not exactly a prestigious school, but I like student life and stuff like this. Suddenly, he glanced over and noticed the guy sitting at the next desk watching some video. He thought to himself as he looked closer at the clip the guy was watching that it was actually a video of himself arriving at school and running into fans, which got him thinking, "Hey, that's me." He kept watching, wondering when was this even filmed. He was even more surprised when he looked at the sub count, 2 million views. He swallowed hard, stunned. How is that even possible? And more importantly, think of the money coming from those views. Suddenly, the guy next to him turned around and asked, "Are you interested in this video too?" Startled, he sheepishly replied, "Oh, sorry, I was just glancing over by accident." The video looked pretty interesting, and he thought to himself, I mean, how could I not watch a video that I'm actually in? The guy reached out his hand to introduce himself. "I'm G-Gun. Nice to meet you. Sitting at the same desk like this must be destiny, right?" "Let's be friends," he replied. "Oh, hi, I'm Quandez." The curly-haired guy continued. "This clip is from the game Arcadia. You've heard of it, right?" G-Gun said excitedly. "Everything in there is a total mess right now. Some newbie village just got swarmed by slimes and they burned the whole place to the ground." He replied, "Oh, really?" Quandez thought, I guess this guy isn't interested in me. He just wants to talk about Arcadia. Suddenly, the guy's tone shifted and he asked, "Do you know about the newbie killer?" That question made him jump in a panic. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "The newbie killer, why is he bringing that up? Does he know who I am?" As he thought this, he looked over at Ji-gun. Maybe there's truth to the saying that people who wear glasses are always dangerous. Meanwhile, the entire scene of what happened at the newbie village was being monitored live by Lim-Yan via a tablet in her office. Faced with these results, she didn't have much of an emotional reaction, just whispered, "The newbie village got wiped out, huh? Well, I'm going to be busy from now on." After calmly taking a sip of coffee, she mused that according to Arcadia's settings, extreme cases were always possible, but to reach this level. After thinking for a moment, she let out a soft sigh and smiled. Regardless, this will at least help bring more attention to Arcadia. Let's just consider it a costly lesson. Recalling the sharp reaction from her subordinates earlier, Lim-Yan stretched and thought, "That's the first time I've seen the CEO that angry." Even though she wasn't too concerned about what was happening inside the game, she couldn't help but be curious. "It was all caused by just one player. I want to see what that person looks like." Cutting to the university gate, CEO Mindes had a look of surprise on his face. "He knows who I am." Ji-gun stood by the wall with an intrigued expression watching Kwon De's reaction. He gave a slight smile and tapped him on the shoulder. "What's with the face?" The gesture left Kwon De confused and stunned. Ji-gun laughed. "Don't worry, since you don't know anything yet. Let me fill you in. You're lucky." Des, feeling helpless and sweating, thought, "Is he just pretending to know everything?" Ji-gun handed him a video. "Here, this is the latest on the newbie killer incident." He continued, "They say the newbie killer is closely linked to that slime raid on the newbie village that day." He said excitedly, "This is insider info only, I know this." Days pretended to be confused and asked, "How could just one player do something like that?" He thought, "He's much sharper than he looks." He watched carefully. If he let anything slip, things would get really complicated. He absolutely could not let him know that he was the newbie killer. Ji-gun, seeing his expression, figured he might have talked too much. Over at the computer engineering department, the professor stood at the podium and said, "Ahem. Everyone seems to be here, right? It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Professor Kim Tae-hoon, head of our school's computer engineering department. I apologize for interrupting this meeting, but I have to speak to you all as well as the upper-class students about the future of this department." Immediately, the students began whispering, "What is the professor going to do?" He continued, "You must have heard the news and media talking a lot about technology. Specifically virtual reality. It has brought about a major revolution in computer science." The professor looked up and said in a slightly stern tone, "Arcadia." The name immediately grabbed his attention. Those who have experienced that world know that we can no longer keep up with the world using just computer engineering alone. The professor grew serious. Therefore, after numerous discussions, the department and the university have agreed that the current computer engineering curriculum can no longer keep up with the changes of the era. Not anymore. Clasping his hands and resting his chin on them, he said, "Because every technique that exists today has become old and outdated in the face of this new culture, virtual reality." Professor Kim stated clearly, "So after a long period of deliberation, the school board and the Ministry of Education have decided that starting this year, computer engineering will be changed to virtual reality engineering." This made the students burst into an uproar. Professor Kim continued, "I know this will cause some of you to feel anxious, but if we don't keep up with this great revolution, we will inevitably be left behind by the times," Professor Kim asserted. At lunch break, the students rushed to get their food. "Wow, a full table with soup and side dishes. This is quite a surprise." Ji-gun felt pretty annoyed thinking about the department name change, while the guy sitting across from him couldn't understand why he was eating with him in the first place. But he quickly changed his expression. "Most importantly, I didn't expect the professor to bring up Arcadia right in the middle of a meeting like that. Pretty incredible, right? You don't care." "Uh-huh." He's definitely addicted to Arcadia, Dex thought. He turned to him and asked, "By the way, thinking back, why don't you play Arcadia?" That question made the piece of meat on his chopsticks drop immediately. Startled, he looked up and tilted his head, trying to brush it off. "I'd love to, but the equipment for that game is really expensive, so I haven't been able to try it out yet. Plus, I'm not that good at games." Ji-gun, sitting across, looked blankly at him. Dex thought to himself, "Can't get caught, can't get caught." He quickly decided to change the subject as naturally as possible. He glanced over at Ji-gun. "But you play Arcadia, right?" With food still stuck on his mouth, he laughed, of course. Not only that, I'm always bragging about it. I might not look like it, but I'm actually really good. He feigned surprise, really. But inside, he thought, phew, glad I changed the subject. As he ate, he said, let me know when you play. I'll help you out. It's been a bit tough lately, because new players are spawning in some pretty random places. Dex immediately replied, sure, if I play, I'll let you know. After the conversation, he looked at him with sympathetic eyes and a slight, awkward smile. He's actually really kind. What a strange guy. Tan pouted, looking angry. Why did you take so long? How dare you make me wait? You've got some nerve. With a sleepy face yawning repeatedly, he replied, I haven't slept for days because of the slime raid. So before coming here, I got a little rest. Tan frowned and kicked him. You're so weak. This is exactly why I shouldn't make deals with humans. Dex just thought to himself as he turned to face him. He must be bored out of his mind. Suddenly, a scream rang out, approaching him at high speed. He barely had time to turn around before the slime queen lunged at him, her eyes bright with joy, wanting to hug Dex. The next second, a swarm of other slimes rushed over behind her. This caught him completely by surprise. He fell, and the other slimes quickly swarmed over, burying him underneath. Faced with the overwhelming slime assault, he felt helpless. I can't take this. Tan on the other side was also being pinned down by a slime. Hey, get off me, you sticky jelly. You guys are so gross and sticky, he cursed in frustration. Once things settled down, Dex faced the slime queen. She pulled her sleeve up to her chest and bowed. The system immediately notified him of an emotion display. The slime queen was expressing her gratitude. The other slimes also closed their eyes, showing their emotions by bowing. The slime tribe has always remembered your contribution in driving away the humans and creating a separate territory for the slimes. You are the savior of the slime tribe. Dex raised his hand to let her stand up. I'm not that great. The system immediately notified him that his status changed from slime ally to slime savior, and he received the slime crown as a reward. A golden crown materialized in the air from fragments instantly appearing on his head. This surprised him quite a bit. The system immediately chimed in. Recognition increased by 2,413 points. Quest complete, Slime's Rage. Dex felt surprised and exclaimed, that's a lot of rewards. A system notification displayed the title, Slime Savior. You have saved the slime tribe from a major crisis and helped them prosper. They have remembered your kindness. This helped his stats increase rapidly. Dex sighed. I've already received the Newbie Slayer title and now Slime Savior. It's best not to show this to anyone. Hey, Master! Tan called from behind, catching his attention. What is it, Tan? Tan was floating in the air, looking a bit resentful, asking, why aren't we leaving this area? If I see one more purple thing, I'm actually going to barf. Dex also sighed helplessly at the clingy slimes. Tan stood by, frowning in disgust, while the slime queen cheered happily, wanting to say goodbye. He had left the slime area. He looked back at them one last time. Everything was done. He turned back. All right, let's go. Heading to the next location at the foot of the towering mountains, a deep village remained peacefully through the days in the mountain region. The aura radiating out was suddenly intense, pushed by the wind echoing far away. A woman with blonde hair and glowing angel wings, though her eyes were closed, she couldn't stop, the light emanating from her. Due to the previous slime raid accident, the new player village was completely destroyed, but players were able to find a place for a new starting village, faster than expected, mainly because recently, a post like this appeared on the forum. There is a barren Mikai territory 10 kilometers from the new player village. I'm recommending this place. Because the surrounding monsters aren't too strong and the items the NPCs here sell aren't too expensive. The poster even thoughtfully attached images of the prosperous barren Mikai territory. This post quickly caught everyone's attention. The comment section exploded, hey, I've been there too. I think this is the closest place to the new player village. No wonder there are so many people gathering there lately. That's great. Anyone want to team up to hunt together? Rumors spread like wildfire, and players flocked to the barren Mikai territory. Everyone knew it. A pair of skinny legs suddenly stopped in their tracks. It was none other than Dex, his face expressionless as he gazed toward the distance. Not far off was the gate to Baron Mikai's territory. A grumpy guard shouted for him to stop asking, "What's your name?" Suddenly, the Demon King poked his head out from Dex's cloak eyes, darting around. Dex replied briefly, "Death." The guard hummed as if lost in thought, then boomed, "Death. Huh. You're from the beginner village too, aren't you?" Dex paused for a second and replied, "Yes, I suppose so." The guard sighed. "Damn, what on earth happened there? I've heard something ridiculous went down. Something about a slime's rampage or whatever." Dex was secretly stunned. The rumors were already spreading among the NPCs. "I need to be more careful." So Dex said, "You'd know for sure if you were there. They aren't just normal slimes anymore." Dex added, "Edeline has turned into a nest for monsters now. And the lowest level monster there? It is probably around level 85. The guard couldn't hide his shock. 85. How is that even possible? Seeming to realize he'd overreacted, the guard cleared his throat and adjusted his tone. "Ahem, I see. Now I understand why everyone is gathering here. I assume you came here looking to settle down?" "Right." The guard added, "Wait a moment, I'll get things ready and let you into the city." Dex happily replied, "Thank you, sir." Meanwhile, the Demon King was still looking around everywhere. Dex asked, "What are you looking for?" The Demon King impatiently scratched his head. This place feels familiar," Dex asked in surprise. "Familiar?" The Demon King mused. Never mind. I'm probably just overthinking it." Then he abruptly changed the subject. "But why do you keep calling me Tan? I have a super VIP name. It's Satan, the Chaos King, the Demon King, Satan," Dex replied without skipping a beat. "I call you Tan because your real name is way too cool. It would just attract too much unwanted attention. If I called you by your real name..." Hearing this, Tan grinned, flattered. He drawled, "Oh, is that so? Can't blame you, I guess." "Ha ha ha." Dex thought to himself, "Look at him, how smug." Tan quickly regained his composure and shifted the topic. "Anyway, Master, what are you planning to do with that?" Dex was caught off guard and asked, "With what?" Tan gestured wildly. "That power you call recognition. It seems like you've earned a lot more since we first met." Dex realized what he meant and answered, Right." The system board showed his recognition at 33,551. Tan's eyes went wide, drool spilling out, his eyes sparkling as he voiced his thoughts. "And I didn't even think you'd accumulated that much. If you add up all the points you spent before, you must have killed over 40,000 beings, right? Hoo, am I right? But you're not planning to use it, then give it to me." Dex flatly cut off his train of thought. "Not interested." Tan went wild, straining his neck to argue why. "You can only use it because I'm here. If you give it to me, I'll get you some incredibly powerful items. Just say the word, I'll get you whatever you want." He began painting a picture. "I guarantee you'll be able to rule this entire continent easily if you equip these things." The things he mentioned were swords, shields, armor, and a crystal orb. He added, "Not only that, you'll live a life of luxury just by selling one of them." Dex sighed. "I'll talk to you about it later. Just wait until then." Tan could only cross his arms in frustration, grumbling, "I've said all I could." In truth, Dex was actually intrigued by Tan's idea because the items he'd shown him before were unique level 150 items. But he didn't think it was a good idea to keep relying on Tan and that system called recognition. There must be something more valuable to do with recognition than just the items Tan was trying to push on him. Dex clenched his fist, thinking, "I should be more cautious when using recognition, especially when I don't know much about it yet." Dex suddenly smirked. "More importantly, doing that would be pretty boring, wouldn't it?" Inside Baron Maikai's territory, it was a bustling, lively scene. Streets on both sides were filled with vendors shouting, "Good goods at a low price. Step right up, everything can be traded for iron ore. Hey, handsome, want a fine sword?" Seeing Dex wandering around aimlessly, Tan asked, "So where are we going now?" In truth, Dex didn't really know either, just saying, "I'll look around, find something useful, and pick up a suitable quest if things go well." He suddenly opened his eyes wide. He noticed two burly men sitting at a pub drinking beer across the street. One said, "Things don't look good, do they?" The brown-haired one sighed. "The Lord has ordered us to increase the ore output. This isn't right at all. How are we supposed to make more than this? We're already eating and sleeping way less as it is." The bald guy sighed in frustration. "I know he's terrified that the Lord will punish us severely if we don't increase production on time," not even daring to say the words Baron Mikhail out loud. You suddenly covered your mouth and gave a suspicious laugh. "Is that really what's going on?" Satan looked at you startled, and you spoke with deep meaning. "How interesting." Satan suddenly felt dejected, thinking, "Here goes this mouse-brained guy again, what is he up to?" A voice suddenly rang out, "Hey!" The two people in the shop looked over in confusion. Des smiled warmly, looking incredibly confident as he said, I think I can solve your little problem. The faces of the other two lit up instantly, and they spoke up. Oh, really? Then please help us. The system immediately displayed a quest, The Miner's Worries. The content, collect iron ore for the miners who have been ordered by Baron Mikhail to increase iron ore production. Progress 0 out of 20. You can earn bonus rewards if you collect more iron ore than requested. Tan read it and immediately complained, What kind of lame quest is this? Oi, master, just do it like you always do. This quest seems repeatable like anyone could do it, but Des felt quite intrigued. I'm just wondering if that's really the case here. You said to him, look around. Tan hummed, not understanding a thing, but he still glanced around, only seeing everyone buying and selling very busily. Selling iron ore 20 gold. Repairing gear under level 20 for free here. I'm selling gear I made myself. Items made with C-rank blacksmithing skills right here. He squinted, confused, and asked, What's there to see? Aren't they just regular blacksmiths? You smiled. I suppose you could say that. You said with near certainty, most of them aren't NPCs, they're players. You added, That makes sense given the demand from the boatload of players who have arrived here. But many people are refusing the iron ore gathering quest because, as you said, it's just a regular repetitive quest. You asked him, demand is rising, but supply is staying the same. So what do you think will happen? He had never thought about this problem, so he replied, I have no idea. Hearing that, you didn't explain further. You'll understand soon enough, even if you don't like the outcome. To the newcomer, you gave a thumbs up and asked, Shall we start by making some quick cash? In the Baroness Mikhail's territory, in a magnificent room, Lord Baron Mikhail sat deep in thought. She was silently calculating, iron ore was only 10 gold last month, but now it's already 15 gold. Prices are rising too fast. She couldn't help but feel dejected. At this rate, there's no way it'll be enough for the blacksmiths in the village. If that happens, only low-quality items from apprentices practicing their craft will be sold on the market, and ultimately the quality of goods in our territory will plummet. She became increasingly worried. Everything will fall apart if I don't do something, so she decided. I have to do something about this. At the same time, and the rugged Couple Mountains in a high mountain area, was the entrance to the mine. Inside the path was pitch black, but thankfully there were still lanterns providing light. A voice echoed in the tunnel. I'm sure there aren't many people here since it's so deep. Death excitedly said, Shall we get started? You added, I'm counting on you, Tan. He skeptically asked back, Is this really okay? He truly couldn't understand, why are you wasting your recognition points on something so useless? You curled your lip. Quiet and just do it. Resistance failed, so he had to follow your orders. He channeled his power and said, Geez, all right. I'm starting. A brilliant purple light flashed in the dark tunnel. At the same time, the system sent a notification, 8,000 recognition points consumed for a contract with a minion. A drill with a glowing red eye in the center appeared in midair. The system quickly introduced the item Gen 1 Destroyer, a drill made from the toenails of a predator. Gen 1, a species of mole from the demon realm, grade rare. Durability. 10,000 out of 10,000. Special skill, rapid excavation. Sharply increases mining speed, greatly reduces failure rate, and can find high-quality materials. Death praised it satisfied. Top tier, the purple light cast a glow on your face, making you look somewhat menacing. You thought with great excitement, Let's start getting rich. In Baroness Mikhail's territory, trade exchanges rang out busily in every corner of the city. Recently, iron ore had become increasingly scarce among the players who took on the quest to collect iron ore for the smiths. I'm searching non-stop for 20 iron ores to buy. I need them for a quest. A female player is looking to buy iron ore to finish this quest. Is she doing the repeatable Miner Quest 01? A male player speaks up after hearing her request, buying them from her. He laughs and reveals, haha, don't bother with that. It doesn't help with anything except gaining a little bit of affinity with the blacksmith. You're better off mining the ore yourself and selling it for a profit. It seems the issue of mine ores and blacksmith quests is becoming increasingly troublesome as players keep buying up iron ores and crafting them haphazardly instead of giving them to actual blacksmiths. Seeing the two players talking, Eden the blacksmith can't help but get angry. Those damn reckless adventurers? I can't believe they're taking precious iron ore to craft such low-grade trash. Exactly. These nobodies who knows where they came from claiming to be masters or artisans. A custom blacksmith chimes in, agreeing with Eden. It's all a mess. It seems if the Baroness doesn't solve this problem soon, this territory will soon perish. The economic setup in Arcadia isn't much different from the real world. Production and consumption, supply and demand distribution. It's like the skeleton of an entire economic system stretched out, connected, and compensating so that everyone can develop. Materials and specialties from each region all have their differences. Ironwood, wool, rice. Each region is responsible for a specific material, and then the demand for materials shifts depending on the situation and the season. Then there's the trading. Right now, the material in highest demand on the market is iron ore. They are in critical short supply while the demand for iron is skyrocketing. Searching for iron ore is so difficult that players are going crazy over it. According to player speculation, it's likely because too many people chose the blacksmith profession, so iron ore is getting harder and harder to find and the price is becoming ridiculously high. That's right, that's the consequence of a supply shortage. It has pushed the price of ore from 10 gold up to 17 gold. The current price is 1.7 times higher. Even crafting refined items from iron ore no longer yields much profit. Players have started complaining more and more. It seems they still haven't realized that they are the cause of this themselves. I know this game aims for realism, but this is a bit too much. If I had known, I would have just chosen to be a warrior. Complaints from players can be heard everywhere. They only buy iron ore available on the market, instead of mining it themselves. This is because they think that traveling from the city to the mines usually takes about 2 hours and mining yourself is very difficult. It's not like you just dig and get it. Mining is quite difficult because your tools can break at any moment. So they push this energy-consuming work onto others, hoping someone else will do it for them. So it's better to leave it to someone else and focus on upgrading skills by repairing items. Exactly. If you look at it in terms of profit mining, it yourself really isn't worth it. But then again, not everyone is like that. At Couples, Mountain Dex is using the Black Destroyer, crazily drilling into the vein. Iron ore is found continuously. The system's sound keeps ringing and the interface flashes blue. You have collected iron ore. You are so lucky you have collected iron ore. Your mining skill has reached the expert rank. Mining speed and rate have been upgraded. You can now mine rare iron ores at a low rate. You can detect hidden ores. Stats increased by 10. He stops to rest and opens his inventory. The item numbers that appear are staggering: 1,024 iron ores along with many other types of rare ores. Suddenly Tan rushes in. "Master, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you." Seeing Tan, Dex can't help but wonder where he had been. Before he can react, he hears Tan say, "Thinking it over, I guess you wouldn't be satisfied with just a drill. After some deliberation, I found the perfect item to exchange for your full recognition. Here." Finishing his sentence, he summons an eye-shaped necklace that looks quite strange. It's an item called Tears of the Dark with a required level of 224 and permanent durability. Harmony with Darkness plus 50 Darkness attribute plus 80. It has a special skill, Veil of Night and Night's Fury. Night skills level plus 2. After equipping it, you will be hated by spirits. The person who equips it won't be attacked by dark spirits, and you have the ability to detect invisible enemies. After a while of noise, Dex doesn't even pay attention and boredly takes a cloth to wipe his sweat, not forgetting to say, "I told you I don't need anything, a requirement level of 220 who could even buy that right away. I wouldn't be able to use it either. More importantly, this thing is too overpowered. If I equipped it, everything would become too easy and boring, so I don't need it." Seeing Tan's still persistent, Dex can't help but sigh at this kid. Others would definitely find out if I sold it. If I sold it and quit the game, maybe, but that's like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, right? Tan, hit by Dex's words, is wounded all over. He quickly speaks up to stop the words flowing endlessly from Dex. "Geez, by the way, where have you been this whole time? You've been missing for a while now." Dex asks about Tan's whereabouts. The hesitation and the dangerous look on the face of this demon king, like he's planning something against someone else, makes his "it's nothing" comment even less believable. Just as he suspected, this guy is plotting something suspicious. Tan's gleeful laughter and punchable face make Dex feel like he's looking at some idiot who just escaped from an asylum. Seeing the amount of ore collected, Tan can't help but be surprised. "You've harvested so much. With this much, it might even be more than the territory's ore." According to Dex's plan, every day he would mine this much and then go sell it. He'd definitely get tons of affinity points from the blacksmiths, thanks to completing that mission. It happened many times, and the Baroness's interest was piqued. A meeting was being held regarding the Baroness's side. If there isn't enough iron ore supply this time, we won't be able to deliver on time as agreed in the contract. The recent situation has been quite difficult. I might even have to close my shop. I'm thinking about moving to another territory. More iron. The worry was etched all over the Baroness's face. She asked for everyone's opinions regarding the ore problem, and of course the root of the problem was the adventurers. Everyone agreed that a huge influx of adventurers coming here and choosing to become blacksmiths is the issue. Those adventurers are just apprentices and everything they craft is low grade. Although their goal is to become artisans and masters, this process consumes a massive amount of iron ore. And the bigger problem is, the number of miners isn't increasing proportionally to the number of blacksmiths, because those adventurers, don't like doing manual labor. Ultimately, the core issue lies with the adventurers. According to the rules, we can't force them to mine, nor can we only sell refined ore to the artisans. Everything seems to have hit a dead end. The destruction of the beginner village forced the adventurers to choose other places to continue their missions, causing a major headache for Nam City. Just as Baroness Mihai was tearing her hair out over the troubles, a soldier suddenly burst in with huge news, a mountain-high pile of high-quality rare iron ore. This caused quite a stir. Everyone was scrambling to buy the rare ore, and the person who caused all that commotion was none other than Dex. He was now casually counting the money he'd earned from 3 days of mining in a small alleyway. The total was 5 gold coins and 12 silver coins. If converted to won, that's about 512,000 won. If he keeps this up, he could earn around 5 million won. That's not a small sum. It's a decent profit to pay off his installments, a rent and tuition. But it seems he needs a better way, because if things continue like this, it won't be enough, because there are so many other things to prepare. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice spoke up. Are you the one who brought all that iron ore here? The first meeting between Dex and the Baroness kicked off the realization of Dex's plans. The system interface popped up, identifying the person standing before him as Baroness Mihai. With a surge of curiosity, the Baroness's friendliness points increased. Dex flashed a confident smile. That's me. I am Mihai, the Baroness of this territory. If you're free, would you like to have a cup of tea with me? From the Baroness's introduction and friendly invitation, it seemed his plan was gradually meeting its goal. At Baroness Mihai's villa, the Lord and Dex sat facing each other enjoying some tea. Go ahead and try it, she said. It's herbal tea picked from the Fian Mountains. He obliged, picked up the teacup to take a sip, and complimented, truly excellent tea. She smiled and introduced it. Of course, that is one of the specialties of our territory. But then her expression changed instantly. How long did it take to mine all those ores in the plaza? He looked up at the Lord. The ore. About 3 days. Hearing him say that, she jumped up, slammed the table, and shouted in disbelief. 3 days! How is that possible? Then, realizing she was being a bit rude, she cleared her throat to calm down. Is there any adventurer who can mine? As much as you, Dex shook his head. Probably not. That might be a bit too much for them. She nodded in agreement. True. He offered a suggestion. But if you gather many people together, it might be helpful. She sighed, discouraged. I know, but gathering them isn't a simple matter. She asked Dex, can you help me? She explained her predicament, as you know. The economy of this land is reeling from the massive influx of adventurers. Right then, a system notification appeared, special quest available. The Baroness's anxiety. The territory's iron ore supply is in trouble. Increase the number of miners and the amount of ore mined. Total daily iron ore quota 100,000 pieces. Or 32,140 out of 100,000. The system asked if he accepted the quest. Dex smiled. He'd hit the jackpot. Perfect, this is it. He asked Mihai, do you want me to find a way to get the adventurers to mine? She replied, that's right. Dex put a hand to his chest and confidently accepted, I will solve that problem for you. At his home, Dex sat before his computer deep in thought about the Baroness's quest. In reality, it was very difficult to solve. That's exactly what Arcadia is. Players easily get bored and don't want to do manual labor. He moved his mouse. Now then, immediately after he smiled. Done. He told himself he first needed to change their perception. On the screen, 2 status lines appeared. You have created a channel, Daily Life of a Disruptor. Subscribe, everyone. Seoul Mapo District, second year middle school class 2-3. A voice called out, "Hey, Hyung-tak." A cheerful teenager asked, "Are you not playing Arcadia today?" Hyung-tak turned, looking sad, and replied, "I'm not playing anymore." His friend asked, "What's wrong?" Hyung-tak slumped over the desk, dejectedly answering, "It's just, that game is weird." He explained, "A newbie like me just stepping foot into the game got killed by some strange murderers. The next day I logged in again and for some reason the slimes were suddenly super strong." His friend was speechless. "Ah, right, you were in Iran." Hyung-tak continued, frustrated and helpless. "Then suddenly the whole village disappeared. I don't know how many times I died before I managed to escape from there." When he said that, his friend burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, that's just bad luck, man." He scratched his head and asked, "Hyung-tak, you've already reached Baron Mihai's territory, haven't you? And you chose the merchant class?" Hyung-tak slammed his hand on the table, sat up straight, and shouted. That's exactly the problem. He recalled his situation back then. There aren't many classes available in Baron Mihai's territory, so when I picked merchant, all my skills turned out to be useless trash. Hunting is hard enough, let alone combat. My character is only good for giving my head away to others. He sighed, lamenting, "I guess I'll just play Arcadia by myself from now on." Hearing that, his friend thought to himself, "Man, that's rough." He said to Hyung-tak, "So you just went there looking for something fun to do besides hunting, right?" Hyung-tak looked at his friend sadly and didn't say a word. Afterward, he immediately held up his phone to show Hyung-tak what was on it. He smirked triumphantly, pointing at a clip on the screen. "Something even a guy like you could do." The video was titled, "You Can Do It Too. Make a Fortune from Arcadia." The video started and a voice rang out, Hey, can everyone hear me? This is inside the Fian Mountains, which have been super famous these past few days." Everyone knows about it, right? The two of them watched the video intently. "What I want to introduce to you all today is iron ore mining." Hyung-tak voiced his confusion. "Mining, isn't that just manual labor?" His friend didn't answer his question. The video kept playing. "You think so, right? Look at this." A bag full of gold coins appeared. "This is exactly how much money I made this week." At this point, Hyung-tak sat bolt upright and gasped, "What? How is there so much money? That's insane. How did he do that?" His friend stood beside him, crossing his arms with a smug grin. "See, just keep watching." The video creator started his tutorial. First, everyone starts at the F-rank miner skill. You'll earn about 20 pieces of ore in an hour, which is roughly equivalent to 400 gold coins. It depends on the price of each piece of iron ore, though. Doesn't sound that attractive yet, right? But try leveling up your rank. Your speed and success rate will increase, and sometimes you'll even find rare ore. He held up a piece of red ore. For example, I'm at A rank right now. So I earn at least 1 magic crystal or 1 diamond every day. Hyung-tak was shocked. Magic crystals, is that for real? Perhaps because no one bothers to level up their miner rank, nobody knows about this. The video ended. All right, I'm off to go mine more ore now. Skip it quickly or the video will just loop. The screen flickered and moved to the next video featuring a bald old man with a white beard who smiled and said, "Okay, I've sold all the ore I mined today. I'm going to talk about how to negotiate with merchant NPCs and how to increase your affinity points." He held a few gold coins in his hand to show off, "This is how much I earned today. 1 gold coin and 82 silver coins. What about you guys? Making money isn't that hard, is it?" Watching this, Hyung-tak's eyes sparkled, his head filled with gold coins. This is amazing. He made up his mind, I want to try it too. The channel uploading videos about Arcadia had just appeared and already become a rising star on YouTube. The daily life of a saboteur. In reality, almost everything mentioned in the videos was fake. The benefits gained from that mining only existed if one possessed a cheat item like dexes. In the videos, such details were cleverly omitted to make people think anyone could earn that much money. Sure enough, the videos grabbed the attention of many players. Comments began to appear one by one. "Awesome! I've got to go try this too. I heard people talking about it, so I came to check it out. Let's go mine, everyone. Let's form a group." This caused a huge impact on the Arcadia player base. A whole crowd scrambled toward the blacksmith, pushing and shoving, crying out, iron ore. Hey man, do you still have pickaxes? Does anyone know the way to the Fian Mountains?" Following that, people flocked to mine, a chaotic and strange scene. It reached the point where people were asking each other, "Why are there so many miners all of a sudden?" Lord Mika laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, excellent, I truly cannot believe it. I didn't expect those stubborn adventurers to be rushing off to mine." She held her stomach, laughing hysterically. And it's not just those foolish blacksmiths. Even those with other occupations have gone to mine. How on earth did you do that? Dex sat with his arms crossed, replying modestly, It's nothing much. I simply took advantage of basic human greed. Mika wondered, Basic greed. He smirked. Money. And even if it's not money, it's something that can earn money. Adventurers are just a bunch of capitalist pigs, after all. Hearing what he said, Mika didn't understand at all. Afterward, she stood up, laughing happily. Ha ha ha! Even though I don't understand, I know we are headed in the right direction, Dex cautioned. We can't be completely at ease yet. You need to prepare for a few more things. He seriously listed the tasks for her, noting first, you must reduce the miners' wages, and instead give them ownership rights to a portion of the ore they collect. That will motivate the actual miners to work harder and reduce the number of people slacking off. The Lord nodded. I see, indeed, that is a viable strategy. Dex thought to himself, it's just a simple work efficiency management method you can see anywhere. It seems this Baroness really knows nothing about economic management. From now on, I must actively teach her about the efficiency and ruthlessness of the modern economy. From now on, I've really got to teach her how cold, ruthless, and efficient the modern economy actually is. Mikai spoke up. If that's the case, what should we do about the iron ore prices? There are no laws regulating iron ore prices yet, and as you mentioned, the prices have spiked to an unprecedented, staggering level. I heard it passed 20 gold coins a long time ago, Dex replied nonchalantly. Just leave it be. She looked confused. Leave it be, he explained. Even if the prices rise, those who need it will have to buy it anyway. Master craftsmen's incomes aren't affected at all, right? In other words, the old price was actually way too low. That's why no one thought of it as a real revenue source. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, if anyone complains. Mikai immediately said, Who would dare complain? Dex added playfully, offering a solution. They'll just have to go mine the ore themselves. You don't eat if you don't work right. She pondered his solution for a moment, then burst out laughing and patted his shoulder. Ha ha, you're right, ha ha, Dex. Do you want to become the financial manager of our territory? Or not? I'll definitely pay you a handsome salary. He gently declined. Ha ha, that's a great offer. But my adventure hasn't ended yet. Hearing that, she cleared her throat and agreed. I suppose so. You are an adventurer after all. Forgive me, but inside Dex's mind, he was already calculating the next move. All right, then. The current situation was in the Baroness's favor. Mikai then smiled brightly and asked, So is there anything you want? I'll give you anything as long as it's within my power. He placed a scroll on the table. It was time to execute his plan. She picked up the scroll and asked, What is this? He replied, That is my business proposal. She looked blank. A business proposal, he stated confidently. After you read it, I'm sure you'll love it. She opened the scroll and read, The amount of money one can earn alone is limited. So how can you break that limit? It's simple. You just have to become a ruler. Mikai was surprised. This is... He smiled excitedly. Interesting, isn't it? Then he put a finger to his lips, looking cunning as he made his demand. If you give me 10% of the profits, I will give you full business control based on this. Thousands of years ago, the war between angels and demons, the great holy demonic war, the earth seemed to tremble. Volcanoes seemed ready to erupt, contributing their heat to the battle. The sky was gray, a mix of black and white with not a single ray of hope left. Only the flickering light emitted by angels and demons remained. The battle raged on with angels on one side. The others were demons. Very quickly, it was no surprise that upon launching an attack, the angel defeated the demon, knocking her far away with a single blow. The King of Chaos, or the Demon King, started to get angry, as his teeth clenched tightly, grinding against each other. That spear, that's the Mjolnir. The Holy Archangel. Michael pointed his sword at him, not showing a hint of fear. He also ignored the insults coming from him. You pathetic wretch, how dare you bring a holy weapon here? Suddenly, a melodic yet stern voice rang out, Demon King Satan, in the name of Archangel Michael, I will destroy you. Satan was unable to fight back and could only watch helplessly. Like a passing dream, Dex was back in his childish form, his mouth still drooling, his young face blankly watching the bustling crowds passing by. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, is it because this place is in the vicinity? What a terrifying dream, he whispered into the host's ear. I just remembered some useless memories. All around, men stood on both sides of the road calling out, Does anyone want to go mining? Need to buy a large amount of special mining pickaxes, the high durability ones. The tiny demon king sat on his shoulder and asked, Master, what was the content of your business proposal for that baroness? He laughed. Oh, are you curious? He continued with a sentence that left her with a question mark in her head. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Getting in is easy, but getting out is hard. She panicked, looking visibly frightened, and cried out. Seeing that the teasing was enough, Dex began to analyze and explain, Mining isn't as easy as people think, even if they find a good spot and get good results. An average player can only earn 10 ores per hour at most. He continued, and the reason why I often find rare iron ore is entirely due to the properties of the special item I own, the mining drill. Hearing the analysis, she understood it a bit more. Therefore, mining is just low-productivity manual labor. The Demon King nodded in agreement. Well, that's true. She was a bit frustrated. There are so many places with mines here. Are we just going to pass up this opportunity? Isn't that very stupid? She asked Dex, Does that mean there's no way to make money from these mines? He shrugged. Not necessarily. There is one way. His face hidden under his hood became even more mysterious. He chuckled. That is to sell entry tickets. Simply put, I'm selling the right to enter this mine. The Demon King was a bit skeptical. What kind of way is that? That's no different than giving it away. But the right to enter is actually taken from one's own hands, he added. Those who don't have money will pay later, but that's not too important. When we tell them this at another time, it won't just sit still anymore, it'll fly off your shoulder. How much cash does the seller want? Duke mused. Because there's a high probability that people will only be fooled once. So Van suddenly received the shocking news. What? He hurriedly explained, his voice frantic. Van, even I who knows nothing can tell it's ridiculously expensive. Even if they were as dim-witted as can be, wouldn't paying that much be a total steal? He chuckled softly. A massive crowd had already gathered there, because of the information he had spread beforehand. Plus, there's a high chance they'll blindly pay up, thinking they can earn even more in the mine. Still with that same look and demeanor. His eyes gradually turned sinister, and just like that he could make a fortune without lifting a finger. Yeah, that's the plan. The Demon King was stunned, frozen in place. This guy is even worse than me. Turns out he's no saint either. This guy is a true devil. He's exploiting a whole bunch of people. And doesn't feel guilty at all. The ones being scammed are the ones in the wrong. It clutched its head, sighing in frustration. You are truly magnificent. You really are the perfect person for me to acknowledge as my master, no doubt about it. He was puzzled. Tan, it called out clearly, using the most respectful tone possible. To tell you there is a place I hope to go with you. I guarantee you won't suffer any losses if you follow me. He was a bit bewildered. Since it kept acting mysterious, he followed it to the place Tan wanted to take him. After a long journey, they arrived. He asked, Where is this? It scratched its head. I spent days searching up and down before I finally tracked this place down. The Demon King looked proud and triumphant. At first, I didn't know why this place felt so familiar, but after reaching the mine, I remembered. I've been here before. He watched intently, but listened to every word it said. You've been here before. Tan bowed its head, its eyes flashing with suppressed anger. Finally, I've found it. Keep your eyes open and watch closely. Those feathered angels. The two stood there in silence for a long time, not yet intending to enter or open the door. He quietly observed the small details around. The place looked like it had been abandoned for ages, but there wasn't a speck of rust. Is it magic? It urged him, Try opening it, master. I think if it's you, it'll work. He pointed at himself, a bit skeptical. Me. But just as he brought his hand closer to the door, intending to touch it to open it, a system notification immediately popped up. A powerful seal had been placed on this door. You cannot approach it. You do not meet the requirements to break the seal. You cannot break the seal. If you report the location of this place, hidden in the mine, to the Baroness, you will receive a special reward, the relic excavation skill. The two stepped back. He complained. It won't open because of some powerful seal. The Demon King heard that and flew up roaring in anger. Of course there's a seal on it. That's why I brought you here. You're driving me crazy. He was confused. What do you mean by that? Then he realized perhaps Tan had misunderstood his skills in magic. So he explained, It's not like I possess some seal-breaking skill. How the hell am I supposed to open it? Sure, this door looks grand, but if we can't open it, it's useless. It asked back, still angry. You really don't know the extent of your own power, do you? No longer standing next to him, it went to sit elsewhere, muttering curses. Ugh, why give that kind of power to a human? If it were a minion, I could have cast a spell and ordered it to do anything. He stood on the other side, hearing it loud and clear. Did he just straight up say he wanted to order me around? After his anger subsided, it turned to him. Master, tell me honestly, how much do you know about the power you possess? He stepped closer. You mean the acknowledgement? It nodded. Exactly. Whatever you call it, it's a power you possess that lies outside the control of destiny. It can do whatever it wants with everything created for the purpose of balancing the world. A power that can control everything, whether natural or artificial. It's the power closest to the creators. The gemstone in his hand glowed. Tan looked at him and asked, I'm sure you understand now what you can do with it, right? Seeing him just bow his head, it hesitated. Then he looked up and replied calmly, Not really. Having received an answer, it didn't want it flared up again, shouting, Everything means everything. 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 Whatever you want. Over 10 minutes later, both were still standing outside the door. Dex asked, So this power called the acknowledgement that I possess is necessary for beings as superior as you? Tan nodded in agreement. That's right. The Demon King gestured toward the door, explaining that usually it accumulates bit by bit over a long period, but even so, the amount would still be very small. Honestly, I don't know why, but the amount of acknowledgement built up within you is abnormally high, even just counting what was accumulated during our agreement. It would have taken at least 500 years to build up. The Demon King pondered and realized, I see, so that's why you've been so starved for acknowledgement. All right, I understand for now. So you're saying I can't open this door, right? He hesitated as the previous events still made him doubt his own abilities, but the moment he touched it, the system notified him that there was a seal on the door. It's just behind there. Whether it's a seal or whatever else, it's probably just some nonsensical requirements set by those feathered angels. They're probably using the excuse of saving the world or something like that again. The Demon King coaxed him. In any case, while it might be a problem for others, it's nothing for you. You might not realize it yet, but with the amount of acknowledgement you have, a seal like this is nothing at all. The only problem is that you haven't thought of it that way yet. His expression became mysterious. What you need is the determination to do it, he said, encouraging him to try opening the door again. This time, thinking that he wanted to open it, a seal was indeed broken. The door began to tremble and the system responded positively, The door's seal is reacting to the player. You have the ability to bypass the requirements needed to break the seal by consuming acknowledgement. Would you like to break the seal? The required amount was 15,000. He looked thoughtful, whispering to himself, 15,000 is double what I need for a special item, but would I even use it anywhere else? If not to open this door, Dex laughed loudly, and the system continued to report, 15,000 acknowledgement consumed, seal broken, you have discovered an unidentified holy shrine. When the seal was broken, the Demon King let out a sigh of relief. The first step of his plan had been executed. This place was the temple of those feathered angels, the great war of saints and devils. A fierce and bloody battle where angels and demons clashed on the battlefield of Arcadia, resulting in the loss of millions of lives, and the entire continent was dyed in red blood. The consequences of that war were so devastating that if not for the World Tree's salvation, no weak force belonging to the neutral faction could have survived for 1,000 years after the Great War ended. Many people still carry the fear caused by that great war of saints and devils. They pray that nothing similar will ever happen again, and they left behind a warning for future generations, Memoirs of a Traveler. The system kept sending incident notifications and alarm regarding the upper peaks of the mountains. Flan had been infiltrated by a user. The alarm triggered a glitch, creating a mythic-grade quest. This was an emergency situation as a glitch had occurred with a mythic-grade quest. There were 693 related incidents in the operations room at this moment. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Kang Tae-hun, the manager of the scenario team, stood up to lead the meeting. All right, we will now begin the emergency meeting. I know everyone is going through a difficult time and is tired, but I hope to receive everyone's understanding because this is an extremely urgent matter. Hearing this, all the staff showed even more exhaustion. Slumped over their desks, they complained and whispered to each other, What is it this time? I was just hoping to go home and take a shower. The incident at the rookie village hasn't even been over for a few days yet. I want to go home. The director stared thoughtfully at the computer screen. Tae-hun continued. As everyone knows, based on information sent exactly 32 minutes ago, an incident has occurred in a mythic-grade quest. After investigating the related incidents, we have confirmed that the cause is due to content within the Flan Mountains. Details have been attached to the page. Page 3 of this meeting document, please read through it briefly. The director followed the instructions and read through the file the boy had prepared. He asked, "Wait, is Flan Mountain the territory of angels? Why have I never heard of it?" The manager lowered his head and explained, "This is the first time we've learned of it through this incident. First of all, I will tell everyone the storyline we found. In the past, Flan Mountain was known as the Gate to Heaven, and it is rumored that it was the first place on the continent of Arcadia where angels set foot. The ore around the mountain is believed to be a type of barrier hiding the gate to heaven. Simply put, it is a secret holy land." Director Myung-han pondered. "This game is truly full of mysteries. Aren't there too many hidden plots that we have never touched upon? So, what is the name of the mythic grade quest that caused the incident?" Manager Kang, being asked a difficult question, was startled. "About that. We need to research further, but after reviewing the glitched quest and all related quests, the conclusion we have reached is, well, it's not entirely certain yet." But Director Myung, feeling a bit annoyed, urged him, "Don't beat around the bush. Tell us clearly what that quest is." He broke into a cold sweat and stammered, "The Great War of Saints and Devils, Part 2. The phone dropped. Hearing the answer, his expression shifted from calm to astonishment. "What?" Meanwhile, inside the cave, both he and the Demon King had ventured deep inside. A great hall appeared before them, and Dex, standing before the high steps, quickly realized it was the Upper Heaven Shrine. The Demon King, with a triumphant look, laughed and said, "Ha ha! How about that, you feathered jerk? I told you I would come here and finally get to meet you all, didn't I? He's hopping and skipping trying to get ahead of you. Let's do this, Master. Let's clear out all their assets. We're going to ruin their entire plan. Heh heh heh. You just follow behind, nodding without much interest. Fine, fine. Dex, go." After a few more steps, you reach a gold-plated iron chest. "So you're saying there's treasure in here?" Hitting a nerve, he rattles off. "That's exactly right. Then open it up already." As you reach out to touch the intricately carved patterns on the chest, the system flashes a warning. This language is unrecognizable. Cannot decode. Someone who studies ancient languages might be able to decipher this. Divine energy is surrounding your body. HP and megapixel recovery rates have increased significantly. You should probably investigate this ruin in detail. A hidden ruin has appeared. Seeing the system warning, you pull your hand back, hesitating. This looks like an amazing item. Would it really be okay to just walk away? The previous mission said if I just reported this to the Baron, I'd get a special reward. The Demon King watches from afar. After a long while seeing you standing there staring like a statue without acting, he growls impatient. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Just open it." You calm him down. "Just wait a second." You think to yourself, well, come to think of it, there's nothing else I can do if I don't know what this place is. I could have just continued the previous mission to get that special reward. But now that I've heard about this, I can't just do that. Besides, a city lord like Baron Mikai would never be able to. Give me a better reward than the treasures of the heavens. Mikai, sitting in his castle, suddenly feels a shiver. Is someone talking behind my back? My ears are itching. You continue lost in thought. More importantly, I've already forced it open using basic recognition. I'm basically acting like a grave robber now. Instead of letting people know this place exists, keeping it a total secret might be better. Decisively, without further hesitation, you call out, "All right, Tan, open it up." Hearing that, Tan immediately perks up, his gloom vanishing in an instant. That's the spirit. That's my master. 10 minutes later, despite both trying their hardest, they're still just like ants trying to carry a stone back to the nest. He screams, "Use your back! Master! Use your back to lift it!" You, exhausted and drenched in sweat, reply, "I'm already trying my best." The chest remains the same. It doesn't budge, looking as if nothing has changed. Both you and he are ready to collapse, lying on the ground, panting. Huff. Huff. Damn it, it's not even budging. Is my strength stat too low? He sighs, struggling. Damn it. If only I had my original body, this would be as easy as eating candy. You're crying snot and tears running down your face. This is just too ridiculous. I went through so much trouble to get here, and now I have to lie here on the ground. All because of a measly rock with extraordinary weight. It's not even protected by a celestial barrier or a seal. Hearing him mention the rock, you suddenly realize. Wait a second. A rock, Dex asks him. Tan, are you sure there's treasure inside? He snaps back, already annoyed. I already told you. I'm positive. Why would I work this hard if I were lying? You put on your glasses and reply confidently. All right then. I have no choice. System notification. You have equipped a rock-breaking drill. You pick up the drill, preparing to bore into the stone. Tan Awkward says, Wait, Master. Don't tell me. You looking extremely serious and radiating an intense aura command. Tan, a door that can't be opened, normally won't budge no matter which way you push it. Dex, go! The drill revs up and you shout madly. In times like these, destroying it is the only correct answer. The drill head touches down, boring deep into the stone as debris flies everywhere. He stands to the side, taking the brunt of it, and sighs. Humans really are scarier than demons. The system sends a notification, Special Achievement Unlocked. You have destroyed an ancient relic that no one knew about. The Celestials are shocked by what you've done. Your relationship with the Celestials has hit rock bottom. We advise you to stay out of the Celestials' sight. Title unlocked. You have obtained the title Relic Destroyer. After finishing, you smile contentedly. Phew, using the rock-breaking drill sure felt better, But when the lid, or rather the coffin, is opened inside, is a skeleton wearing dazzling armor. You are stunned. But is this the treasure? Pointing at the skeleton, he asked Tan if this was the treasure. You should have told me that sooner, shouldn't you? Why did you let me smash someone else's coffin? I'm not that shameless. Tan sighed. If you knew it was a coffin, you wouldn't have smashed it. I don't think that kind of thing would bother you at all. Sorry about that. He shrugged. Besides, there's nothing else worth taking here, so grabbing that one thing is fine. Even I don't want to strip away everything the dead were wearing, he said with a wry smile. Seriously? Haha, I've already got the answer right here. He pointed to the necklace on the corpse's robes. Take that necklace. Deep inside, the Demon King was feeling triumphant. Ha, that necklace is a holy relic. It's something the angels prepared for their own future. If a villain like me gets hold of it, those damn angels' plans will be ruined. How about that? This is how I'm going to mess with you guys, you feathered bastards. System notification. You have received the Medal of Heavenly Glory. Divine power is reacting to you. A beam of light erupted, knocking everything around them back. He shouted, What's happening? A surge of light flowed into Dex's hands, but he couldn't move. He could feel it. Something was flooding into him. At that moment, the system sent a notification and a shining gold medal appeared. You have received the Medal of Heavenly Glory. At the same time, Dex received a response signal. The moment he touched the medal, divine power is resonating with you. He looked stunned as a ray of light flashed. The Demon King Tan was also affected by the power radiating from the medal, shielding his chest with both hands and shouting, What is going on? Dex was still dazed, not understanding what was happening, watching the divine power radiating from his body. He thought to himself, I can actually feel it. From the medal, a figure of a god suddenly appeared, gripping a sword. Dex sensed something unusual, as if something was pouring into him. The god's figure became clearer, with long hair flowing in the wind. Suddenly, the god's hand moved toward Dex and a beam of light gathered. It forced him to cover his eyes. The system suddenly sent a message. The special ability of the Medal of Heavenly Glory has been activated. The Hidden Holy Words class has been granted to you. A small flame slowly burst into life. Just a moment later, it became intense and entered his body. Immediately after a warning arrived, your class is not of the holy/divine type. A serious conflict has occurred. Fortunately, an emergency solution was provided. The item will be temporarily disabled. Please send a request to the customer service center. Dex went from one surprise to another. He stared at the tiny flame as it approached. A moment later, the situation calmed down. Demon King Satan, after struggling, was drenched in sweat. Man, I almost died there. I didn't expect there to be that much divine power. Demon King Tan transformed into his small form and flew up, looking curiously at the item in his hands. Master, what the hell just happened? Even Dex didn't know. I have no idea either. Let me check. He looked at the item he had just received. He realized it was the Medal of Heavenly Glory, but according to the system, it was just an item that had stopped functioning due to a serious error. We will investigate this issue in detail and find a way to fix it. We hope for your understanding. This brought a bit of surprise along with anxiety for the future. Looks like this is much more complicated than it seemed. Is it because of my class? He said to Tan, Yeah, I'm sure they'll do something about this. Right scene change to Baron Mika's territory mining area to Mount Pyun. A majestic scene of mountains and forests with massive towering rock faces. Suddenly a voice called out, "Stop right there!" Cho Hyung-tak was stunned. Is there a problem? He thought to himself, that's strange. Why are these guards blocking the entrance? The guard walked over, pulled out a piece of paper and pointed at it. I haven't seen you before. Are you here to mine in the quarry? Cho Hyung-tak answered honestly, that's right. Who would have thought the guard would demand that Hyung-tak pay a fee to mine there? Or do you have a travel pass with you? Hyung-tak turned pale. A travel pass. He had never heard of such a thing. He only remembered a YouTube video titled, Anyone Can Make Money in Arcadia. It had 540,000 views and was one of the trending videos, but he never expected to run into something like this upon arrival. What is going on? This is the first time I've heard of this. It wasn't mentioned in the videos I watched at school. But things have changed, huh? The guard thinks that just because I look poor, I dare not come here. He immediately scolds me, saying, if you don't work, you don't eat. He asks what kind of adventurer I am coming here to mine and what I could possibly contribute to the mines owned and developed by Baroness Mikai. Obviously, I have to pay, right? Hyung-tak asks timidly, may I ask how much a pass costs? The guard immediately turns into a salesman asking, are you thinking of buying one? The pass expires in 1 month, and of course, the price is steep. He says it costs 30 gold. How about that cheap, right? Hyung-tak is shocked, his eyes widening and his jaw dropping at the mention of 30 gold. He thinks of the payment as an insurmountable mountain. 30 gold. That means I have to earn 1 gold every single day. 1 gold is 100,000 won. If the daily fee is 100,000, that's 3 million won a month. A high school student like me could never afford that amount. Thinking about the sky-high price, Hyung-tak weeps internally. Do I have to give up my dream of getting rich by mining? The guard sees his expression and guesses, what's wrong? Is it because you can't afford the pass? Hyung-tak wants to negotiate but is nervous, his eyes darting around. Yes, I came here wanting to make money so I don't have a large sum like that. The guard just smiles craftily as if he's about to deliver a grim omen. He pats the boy on the shoulder and says, I understand. You don't have much money, right? I could tell just by looking at your clothes. But there's a system that the Baroness has prepared for people like you. Hyung-tak is immediately tempted and asks, a system for people like me? The guard offers a suggestion to lure him in. I think it's something like buy now, pay later. When asked for details, the guard only gets halfway through before pointing to the house at the foot of the mountain, telling him, go to the consultation room and they'll explain everything. As soon as he walks into the consultation room, a beautiful blue-haired girl with bright red eyes sitting by the door winks at him. Seeing a pretty girl for the first time, Hyung-tak's eyes light up like stars. The guard is secretly happy, thinking, that's another one in the bag. What they are actually targeting is a mining slave. Hyung-tak is stepping toward the consultation room, but in reality it's no different than walking onto a gallows, a place where a rope is hanging. The Fien mountain quarry of Baroness Mikai. Inside there isn't a single person nor any light from the outside. Only oil lamps illuminate the situation. The quarry is on the brink of collapse because it has been suffering from a lack of labor lately. But now, deep in the mountain cave, there are workers laboring day and night. Voices shout from within, hurry up, keep digging. I have to pay off my pass fee so I can start earning money. Someone else is chanting, magic crystal, please magic crystal. I only need one. The blue-haired girl from before hears all of this and just smiles. How fascinating. She looks amused. This strategy is called once you've chosen to enter, don't even think about getting out. I never expected to be able to trick so many people. It's unbelievable that they don't realize they've become mining slaves. Their delusional hopes are causing them to misjudge the situation. She is still trying to find out who the mastermind behind this strategy is. This idea is too wicked to be the Baroness's. She doesn't know who came up with it, but she can only conclude that they are definitely a terrifying person. On Dex's side, he receives a notification. You have mined 100,000 ores today. The Baroness's concerned quest has been completed. Find the Baroness and receive your quest reward. Receiving the info, even Dex is surprised. I finished the quest already. He goes over and tells the Demon King, we're done. So shall we finish up here? The Demon King. Satan flies over and asks, Master, what are you planning to do? Dex puts his cloak back on and replies, what else? Naturally, I'm going to do what needs to be done. Do you not know what we're doing here? The Demon King. Satan completely fails to understand what he means, but feels a bad sensation creeping up inside. Dex recounts his glorious achievements. Besides excavating the ruins, I also stole an item after destroying this place. And I even destroyed the remains while trying to get the necklace. I've become a criminal worse than trash. As he says this, Dex looks delighted. The Demon King. Satan sits on a coffin and listens, feeling helpless. You're self-aware, aren't you? Dex comes up with a wicked idea. If people knew what we did here, my situation would definitely become even more complicated. I want the existence of this place to remain a secret. He stops there, leaving the Demon King even more curious. Suddenly, a purple light like electricity radiates out. Dex takes out his prized sword and plants it into the ground, deciding, I have to erase all the evidence. Hearing this, the Demon King is even more terrified. Don't tell me you're planning to destroy everything. Dex turns around with a friendly smile, but inside he is a cruel man. He replies, Exactly. The moment the words left his lips, the cave began to shake violently. Boulders from above started crashing down everywhere. Everywhere Dex walked became a ruin. After finishing the job, Dex sighs in relief, feeling refreshed. This wipes away all the evidence. If we just block the entrance too, it'll be perfect. As the Demon King. I stared at the human beaming in front of me and froze seriously. You can learn so much from humans. Meanwhile, at Baroness Mikai's mansion, she suddenly appeared and slammed her hand on the table. Hello there, I've been waiting for you. Dex spoke up first. I'm guessing you got a lot more miners for the mines. Mikai replied excitedly. It's all thanks to you. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about now. At least until next year. I don't know what you did, but there are so many adventurers lining up to pick up a shovel, just like you said. As she said this, she gave him a look like she wanted to devour him whole. Do you even know how many people signed the slave contracts we offered after we told them the ridiculous price of the travel pass? Dex looked at her expression and felt a little intimidated. I'm not sure. How many? She shouted, her face glowing with more joy than ever before. We're talking about a total of 9,693 people. If you consider that we usually only have about 800 miners, this is an incredible achievement. Isn't it just amazing? Not only do we get 30% of the ore transaction fees, but the iron ore has to be sold within the barony too. How did you even come up with this idea? You are truly a genius. Turning his head away to avoid her gaze, Dex thought to himself, I got the inspiration from somewhere. Like the news about those evil corporations. He looked at her expression and prayed for her. She seemed even more unhinged than when they first met. Will everything be okay? Mikai just kept muttering to herself. With a look as eccentric as a witch, she whispered, Everything is turning out just like this. I must exploit these little slaves as much as possible. Maybe I could even become a duchess. Now for the main event. Dex said, Baroness, it seems you've achieved what you wanted. Let's talk about the reward. As soon as he mentioned it, Mikai turned her head back instantly. That's right, the reward is all prepared. She pulled out a bag stuffed so full of gold coins it was bulging. Here, as promised, 10% of the profits delivered immediately. The system sent a notification. You have received 120 gold and 23 silver. Dex held it in his hand and smiled. That's about 12 million won. I'll be able to pay off the capsule debt easily now. But she didn't stop there. Mikai spoke up again. She made an offer to Dex. Do you really have no intention of working for me? I will treat you as a sworn friend and share equal authority with you. He received a notification regarding Baroness Mikai's proposal. Baroness Mikai trusts you completely and is offering a partnership. You will be able to use all the authority she holds as her equal. If you agree, Baroness Mikai's affinity with you will also increase significantly. Along with that, there were two options, 1 or 2 yes. Dex thought for a moment. This is tempting. Suddenly he wondered what he should do. Elsewhere in the virtual reality of Arcadia, where a secret story was born in this vast world, it's quite ironic, really. It all stemmed from one person, and it was created for that very person. In that world, the silhouettes of a young man and a girl appeared. That was the creator of the virtual reality Arcadia. He looked at Jennifer, the girl, with deep affection. Thank you, Jennifer, for helping me find happiness in a world where I wasn't allowed to move without permission. No words can express how I feel right now. So just watch. This world was created for you. That place was Arcadia, a beautiful and dreamlike realm. Jack, the creator of the virtual reality Arcadia, was standing in a space where data was displayed in front of him, the image of the administrator. Jack greeted her. Alice, is it? It's been a while. You seem busy lately. Did something happen? Alice from the other side briefly explained the situation. A serious discrepancy has occurred and a problem that needs fixing has appeared. I cannot handle this issue within my authority. I want you to come and take a look. As soon as she finished speaking, Alice showed Jack what she had just reported. Jack watched it and then felt excited. Interesting. A new title has appeared, Chaos Poet Hidden Class. You have changed your class to Chaos Poet. Jack looked at the system information. This is a setting that even I, the creator, don't know about. His eyes glinted with danger. A troublemaker has appeared in my world. This will be interesting. Jack was quite surprised to see the image of the Chaos Poet. Hidden Class. You have changed your class to Chaos Poet. That made Jack even more intrigued. This is a setting that even a creator like me doesn't know about. It seems a troublemaker has appeared in my world. An image of Dex appeared. He was standing inside a distorted space. Additionally, there was another piece of information. He also has the upgrade item for the Holy Prophet. The Glory of the Heavens medal, a class exclusive to the protagonist of the Holy Demon War. That's what makes Dex the strongest when he has it. And now someone has managed to obtain both of those things. Jack immediately noticed a problem. That guy is clashing with my settings, isn't he? He pointed at the screen and burst into laughter. Interesting. Creating Arcadia really was a brilliant decision. Don't you think so, Alice? Alice replied from the other side. As long as you are satisfied, Administrator. She asked, what should we do next? Currently, we cannot grant the Prophet class to player Dex. Please make a decision. Jack pondered for a moment. Leveling up the class can wait. It's not really a priority right now, especially since he's already found it. We must reward him for that. He ordered Alice to tweak the item stats a little. Alice was confused. Garbage stats? That's right. That guy, he left after shattering my world, so I need to rebalance it. His goal for Alice was to use Michael to bring him back to Dex's side. As the notification for the Baroness's request was still displayed, Dex thought it over and finally made his choice. I'm sorry, but I must decline your offer. Mika was startled. Why are you not satisfied with the terms? But Dex just smiled because his goals went far beyond that. As I said before, I still want to travel across the continents. I'll think about this after I've fulfilled my wishes. Above all, he insisted that getting too involved would definitely be exhausting. Hearing this, Mika became even more cheerful. Really? Then it's a promise. Dex was startled when she suddenly leaned in close. He said, mind the personal space? As the Baroness handed him a white envelope. Take this. She said happily, this is a letter of recommendation written by my own hand. With this, you can receive protection anywhere in this kingdom. Immediately, the system sent a message. You have received a quest reward, Baroness's letter of recommendation. Dex held the letter in his hand, questioning his life choices. Thank you, my lady, but will there be a war in this kingdom that requires protection? Mika explained, don't you know the current state of the kingdom is quite chaotic? Even with a letter of recommendation like this, it's not enough to guarantee a safe journey. Dex wanted more information. The current situation of the kingdom, what do you mean? He thought to himself, I've never heard of this before. This information wasn't announced to players. Is this internal NPC news? Mika's expression turned somber. The truth is, the situation within the royal court hasn't been stable lately. The current king is too old. And the prince needs to ascend the throne, but he is still too young. Because of that, power-hungry masterminds from everywhere have begun to abuse their authority. They will stop at nothing. They are using every means necessary to attack the young prince. Mika even mentioned a name. The worst of them all is Duke Berlin. He stands as the leader of the noble faction, gathering most of the nobles and trying to turn the king into his puppet. That old man is nothing more than a cunning devil. He doesn't just want to hurt the child. He is also provoking war with neighboring countries. He's definitely trying to embezzle the massive budget whenever war breaks out. Mika felt even more distressed thinking about the situation. She didn't know that after that. The kingdom would be ruined to such an extent. Dex felt a bit uneasy. The situation seems more troublesome than I thought. I don't want to get involved at all. Mika suddenly shouted, I will write you a letter to take to them. She said that even the royal court would value him. First go find Count Broken. He will surely recognize your abilities and entrust you with important missions. She asked Dex, are you willing to lend your strength to the Kingdom of Maroon? Dex jumped at the question, his heart screaming, no. And just when I wanted to stay out of this, immediately a new quest was sent. The Kingdom of Maroon is surrounded by aggressive neighbors and must always be on guard, near these powerful nations. A new wind is blowing across the kingdom. A chaotic poet could not miss this pivotal moment, could they? Step forward and become the protagonist of this new wind. Contributing to the kingdom and the royal court depends on your actions, and the quest content will change accordingly. Dex stared at the quest, stunned. This mission was so unexpected, and the system didn't even bother asking if he wanted to accept it. I don't have a choice, do I? Dex silently gave the game a 1-star rating. This damn game. Powerless, he could only respond, even though his heart was breaking. He had to agree. I will try my best. Damn it. Seeing that Mika looked forward to it even more. I knew I could count on you. I also believe you will accept this mission. Dex laughed and replied, You can count on me, Baroness. Outside the Baroness's estate, everything was peaceful again after the two finished their discussion. Dex quickly took his leave. Mackay watched him, waved goodbye, and said, Take care, Dex. Contact me anytime you need. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Dex said goodbye with a forced smile, though he really didn't want to get mixed up in this mess. It felt like he'd stumbled into a pretty complicated relationship. Mackay looked up in the clear blue sky with its fluffy white clouds and thought to herself, This isn't just a hunch. She reached up, trying to calm herself, but she was certain. Because even a fool could feel it after meeting him, that adventurer was the key to changing the world. If you look at everything from the very beginning, then Baroness Mackay's assessment made perfect sense. That adventurer was Dex, or was he? Dex's actions had started to shift the world of Arcadia along with the company of Satan. While everything seemed to be going on as usual, whether this was his intention, game, or just the flow of destiny didn't matter. His choices had altered the fates of countless people. That was the harsh reality left in the wake of his influence. There were even some who were incredibly unlucky. Even though most of what was happening seemed illogical, this was a world built for players known as Arcadia. So how could they possibly punish the person whose playstyle was the closest to the game's original purpose? And more importantly, compared to the achievements he would attain later on, his current accomplishments were just a grain of sand in a vast desert. Dex walked out of the city gates, heading toward a new journey. Satan the Demon King kept feeling like something was off. Master, are you actually all right? Dex didn't understand what the Demon King meant. What do you mean, all right? Satan continued. I know for a fact that things get complicated the moment you get involved with human politics. Even if it's for the benefit of the kingdom, don't you hate getting dragged into trouble? Dex looked out at the vast world ahead. Yeah, I do. But I've decided to just roll with it. Since things have turned out this way, I have to keep moving forward, Dex said confidently. Isn't everything I'm doing just to earn recognition? A stream of golden divine power suddenly radiated out. At the same time, the system sent a message. The issue regarding the system error has been resolved. The stats of the Medal of Heavenly Glory have been adjusted. We apologize for the inconvenience. We hope you enjoy your time here. But for some reason, the medal suddenly began to glow, emitting such powerful divine energy that Dex had to cover his eyes. He couldn't stand it. The Demon King. Satan was just as shocked. What the hell is making all that noise? Dex noticed the light condensing. Suddenly a strange object appeared, a pair of white wings. Dex's eyes instantly turned gold. Under the effect of that holy power, even Satan realized, wait, no way. Flowing blonde hair appeared, and a notification arrived. Thanks to the effects of the Medal of Heavenly Glory, you have been connected to a divine entity. A guardian angel has been summoned to protect you. Item successfully bound permanently. Right then, the silhouette of an angel appeared, shining brightly in the sky. It was the star of Holy Light Archangel Michael. Suddenly, the angel shrunk down into the form of a little girl, the star of Holy Light Archangel Michael. Angels and demons. They always fought like cats and dogs. You could say they were natural enemies, two races that couldn't stand each other. A meeting between leaders of the two sides was actually much messier than people thought. Why are you here, huh? Get lost! Cancel the summoning for me right now! Michael's shrill scream echoed across the night sky in the mysterious forest, shattering the silence. You're the loud one here, just hit the button and get lost. Satan, refusing to back down, retorted immediately. Michael sneered, I was wondering why you weren't hiding in your hole, and here you are, destroying our holy land. Are you crazy? If it were you, you would have done the same thing, you hateful brat, Satan stammered, raising his voice to answer. Michael replied with contempt. Still haven't gotten any smarter, have you? Want to fight again, huh? Bring it on. I'm game. Satan accepted the provocation without hesitation. Stop it. Dex intervened with a helpless expression. He asked, What on earth are you two doing? Satan glared at Michael and replied, Ugh, please just step aside. Master, I have to turn this hen into dinner. Same here, Michael retorted aggressively. It's so annoying. Just imagine if I were in my original form, Satan stated confidently with a nonchalant tone. Michael sighed. Stop talking nonsense. You think you're the only one who can't use your original form. And look at who's talking, the one who tucked tail and ran in the last battle. And wasn't that because you brought along that holy weapon spell hem that's blatant cheating and you've got the nerve to act all tough? Satan shouted back in disagreement. Michael teased him haughtily. Oh, please, since when was there a rule against using holy weapons? I didn't know that. Dex heard this and turned, thinking to himself, Holy weapons, they sound just like two neighbor kids picking a fight. He broke into a sweat, continuing his thought. Or like one of those myths I read in the library. He was interrupted by a voice and turned back. Michael asked him, You're the mortal who signed the contract with Satan, aren't you? He rubbed his chin and smiled, replying, Yeah, that's me. Actually, I was forced to sign it, so it wasn't exactly voluntary. Satan, hearing this, immediately objected, But you haven't really minded using me to the fullest until now, Michael analyzed gently. The power you possess seems to be called acknowledgement. It could become a dangerous weapon, especially if it's not given to the right person, and even more so if it falls into the hands of that pathetic, spineless, cunning little bat. Dropping her gentle tone for one of utter disdain, she made her point. Satan, hearing this, erupted in rage, shouting, Who are you calling a bat, you damn hen? Ignoring her as if he hadn't heard a thing. Michael continued unfazed, But well, we can't change a contract that's already in effect. So please don't let yourself be corrupted by the sweet honeyed words of that devil. I will become your guardian angel and lead you down the right path, Michael said with a gentle, reassuring smile. Dex looked at her, seemingly taken aback, and remained silent. Hoo! A sound came from Satan. Accompanied by a mocking sneer, he sneered, You idiot, do you think you can? You, Michael replied. What are you smirking about? Satan continued, I assure you, as the commander of demons, I am standing right before you. He is the closest thing to a demon in human form that I have ever met in my life. No, wait, he's actually worse than a demon? Satan suddenly yelled, making Dex jump, thinking to himself. He's not wrong, he continued to ponder. The chaotic poet class I have is clearly a profession that turns the world upside down, and if one considers, if I were to comment on everything I've done in this game so far, it's definitely closer to an evil way of life just to fulfill her wishes in this situation. Suddenly, Michael spoke up. I don't think so. She hugged her chest with both hands and smiled as kindly as a saint, saying, Why are you crying? Oh, wait. Our Creator made humanity, and humans are born with inherent goodness. So showing them that goodness is the divine duty of all angels, including me. Amidst small, brilliant golden sparkles, she continued, From now on, I will help you find your kindness. Michael smiled brightly as she flew closer to him. Dex remained silent, not saying a word. Michael continued, From now on, just call me E. Heh, Dex replied indifferently. Sure. Satan stood with his arms crossed, pouting with a look of pure resentment. But little Satan still reluctantly pointed at E and said, Listen here, I'll turn a blind eye and let you tag along. For our master's sake, but his acknowledgement belongs to me. Try to touch it and I'll send you straight back to heaven. Oh my, how hilarious. If an outsider heard this, they'd actually think his acknowledgement belonged to you. Devils really are thick-skinned beyond belief. You should have given up on trying to hog his acknowledgement the moment I showed up, he replied with a tone of pure contempt. What? Satan yelled back in a fury. I'm the one who signed a contract with him first. Don't you dare try to justify yourself. E didn't back down and shouted back, Why are you hoarding acknowledgement anyway? Planning to tear the heavens apart again, aren't you? You think I don't know what you're plotting? You filthy mangy bat, E yelled. Don't call me a bat, you damn hen. Watching the two of them bickering loudly, Dex could only stand there helplessly thinking. The number of noisy summons has gone from 1 to 2. He then called out, E. Hearing his voice, she turned her head, shifting her attention from Satan to Dex. Is something wrong? Angel or devil, it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, this is a capitalist world run by market-driven competition. Since we're talking about acknowledgement, I'm not just handing it out freely to Satan, Dex continued. So the question is this. What will you give me in exchange for acknowledgement? Dex asked with a smile. It was the most important law give and take. E was stunned for a few seconds, then she smiled lightly and answered. Heh, I see. A fair trade, then. That's a common practice in heaven, too. There are some heavenly weapons that could be very helpful to humanity. Is that what you want? No, not items. Do you have anything like skills? Dex asked. Sorry, what are skills? E wondered. Hearing this, he felt confused and thought, oops, does she not understand game terminology? He continued, I'm pretty bad at combat. I need special abilities to help me withstand all kinds of strong enemies. Simply put, powers. 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 As she said that, E pondered. A chaotic poet class. The system notification appeared. Hidden class, your profession has evolved into a chaotic poet. This is an amazing class. It lets me gain hidden powers of acknowledgement, but at a very steep price, losing the level system, he thought. And all the skills I possess are outside of combat, like mining or diving. Of course, it's good that I can use the items I trade with Satan, but there must be a limit if I can make up for this shortcoming. As he thought about this, E suddenly spoke up. Oh, I have something that might be suitable. The system board popped up again. You have signed a contract with an angel. Skill, divine grace. You can use acknowledgement to temporarily borrow the power of heaven. He continued, this one. With this, our contract is complete. You can have as much heavenly power as you want, but the more you exchange, the more acknowledgement it costs, she explained. Dex thought for a moment, then said, That sounds good. Dex smirked. Let's see. Divine grace. A massive blast of light erupted, taking Satan by surprise. He had to cover his eyes and shout. Ah, the golden light made the whole area shine brightly. The powerful light had drawn the attention of others. Among them were some orc warriors. The scene shifted back to where he was standing. A series of names of great figures appeared. Honorary Knight, Farhan, Archmage of Truth Merlin, Holy Archer of Miracles, Bezo Thief of Faith, Mia Fan. The angel allows you to temporarily borrow the power of ancient heroes who once held faith and hands you their souls, he said with a confident smile. Dex scoffed and said, Got it. This will be useful later on. Suddenly, a strange sound came from somewhere. Tisk, tisk! Hey, human, empty your pockets and give it all here! Upon hearing a noise, Dex turned his head. An avocado green orc 10 times his size stood there carrying a massive blade. The orc rumbled, That's right. Hand it all over and I'll grant you a painless death. Not only was Dex not scared, he just smiled faintly. Perfect timing. I was just looking for someone to test my new powers on. The Honorable Knight Farhan. Towering rock formations stood proudly against the clear blue sky. They were rugged coarse and known as the Peaks of Annoyance. Contrary to their lofty appearance, deep in a mine beneath the peaks, a brutal struggle for survival was unfolding. One of the unfortunate victims had been offered up to the Demon Lord. It's hard to believe, but everyone was there. They were playing a game hoping to get rich just by finding an item. They weren't idiots, so everyone realized they were just chasing a pipe dream. That made him even more determined. Right. Everyone here is facing the truth that we've been tricked. Slave number 1 grumbled, rubbing his overworked hands, his face twisted in frustration. The kid couldn't stop groaning in pain. He hunched over, gripping his tool tightly. Deep down, thoughts kept swirling. I want to quit. All my friends are out hunting already. I can't even tell them I'm stuck in this mine. It's too embarrassing. The boy's eyes began to well up. He started blaming himself. Why was I so stupid to play this game? Money, wealth. I just want to get out of this place. I want to run away. Once the thought finished, he let out a sigh, momentarily dazed. The words run away echoed once more through his small mouth. Then a spark of determination ignited within his will. Maybe I should just run for it. A desperate scream rang out. Let me go! It was one of the villagers who had been captured. He kept shouting, I bought this capsun to play a game, not to be enslaved. The man on the left asked the man on the right, What is this guy rambling about? The other replied he must have lost his mind. Just then, two guys stepped up next to Grid and started a conversation. A middle-aged man in a sweat-soaked brown shirt spoke up. "Geez, honestly? You were thinking about running away, weren't you?" Tick-tick, that's a stupid move. The green-haired guy next to him chimed in, "Ha-ha, yeah, what a futile effort." Hearing that, Grid looked a bit confused. Not understanding, he asked back, "What do you mean?" The green-haired guy looked at him and said, "Oh, you really don't know. If you run away, you'll be branded a fugitive. You've breached your contract with the Viscountess. Every village, town, and city will treat you like a criminal." The middle-aged man laughed. He wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and told the kid, "Yeah, in the end, if you want to keep playing the game, you'll just end up back in this mine anyway. Instead of that, stop complaining and keep mining to pay off your debt. It's much faster." He then turned to the kid and asked, "You weren't actually planning to run, were you?" Hearing that, Grid quickly waved his hands to deny it. "Of course not." The clinking sound continued to echo through the mining area. Grid's face was twisted in annoyance. "Damn it, damn it!" Suddenly, the system notification sound rang out repeatedly. "Your mining skill has leveled up to rank 5. Your mining speed has increased slightly. You can now mine for long periods without getting tired. You have attained the title Tenacious Miner. The Eternal Flame shows interest in your soul. The Eternal Flame has a good impression of you because you spend so much time working with iron." Stunned by the sudden system sounds, Grid looked completely bewildered. He muttered to himself, "The Eternal Flame. What is this? Suddenly." A loud noise cut through his thoughts. "Hey! Number 1, get to work!" The noise made Grid scream like a stuck pig. "Eek, I'm sorry." On the other side, Dex was using one of his special skills, Divine Descent. At that moment, he had summoned the soul of the honorable knight Farhan as an ally. Farhan was a legendary warrior who always brought victory to his comrades who stood by his side. His sword struck fear into countless demons, and his shield saved countless lives protected under it. There was a legend on the continent that, as long as he was there, victory was within reach. People called him the Messenger of Glory. But conversely, the demons his enemies called him by a different name. Standing before Farhan was one of those demons. Clearly it was terrified. "He destroyed it, my strongest shield." Unlike the demon, Farhan appeared completely calm, gradually stepping closer to the demon. "Why are you so surprised? You were going to end up like this sooner or later anyway." With that, he quickly swung his sword, making the demon tremble in fear. It screamed in pain, "Ah!" Then it was quickly sliced in two. The demons who feared him called him by the name Farhan the Demon Slayer. That was his other nickname. A blue notification appeared. "A celestial body has descended upon your soul. You can temporarily use the power of the celestial." At this very moment, Farhan the Demon Slayer appeared behind Dex with dazzling rays of light containing infinite power. A yellow notification appeared once again to remind Dex. "You can use all of the Honorable Knight Farhan's skills." Witnessing the scene unfolding before his eyes, the Demon King began to tense up. "That sword and that shield, it can't be." At this very moment, seemingly feeling the power of Farhan flooding his body, he spoke out, "This is the Divine Descent skill, just like its name suggests, huh? A celestial body descends upon my soul. This is truly even more epic than I imagined." The Demon King soars overhead, his face stiff and awkward as he stared at Dex, demanding, "What the hell? Why did that bastard have to be the one to descend?" Dex, the Demon King, replied with chilling calm, "Oh, so you know him." Hearing that, the Demon King's eyes blazed blood red, his voice erupting into a roar. "Are you screwing with me? Every demon in hell knows that monster. He hunts down even the demons who are just sitting around minding their own business and wipes them all out. He's a total psycho." Hearing this deep down, Dex couldn't help but chuckle. Doesn't that just mean he's a crusader with a lot of achievements under his belt? Yeah, sure, he's just an escaped convict. A total madman in the eyes of the demons. Thinking this, Dex broke into a wide, bright grin. "All right, then, I've kept you waiting long enough. Let's get this fight started, shall we?" Standing before him were 3 orc warriors, massive in size. Suddenly, one of the 3 spoke up, "Captain, that's him." The orc leader, hearing this, replied, "I know." He was different from a second ago. Now he was dangerous. Dex's eyes sharpened his gaze, narrowing as he glared at the 3 of them. "Oh, even they can tell I'm different, huh? If they were just regular mobs, they would have charged in to attack already. Area bosses are supposed to be smart after all." A map appeared in his mind, and he began to calculate. He had entered a special route after leaving Count Mikai's territory. He had taken a path deep through the woods where no one else traveled a shortcut to his next destination, but most players wouldn't dare set foot in a place like this. The reason was the area boss, the orc warriors standing guard. Dex lowered his head slightly, his expression dangerous. Level 25, huh? Pretty strong. Before he could even finish his sentence, one of the 3 orc warriors swung the massive blade in his hand. As it lashed out, a golden light suddenly erupted, a power Dex had manifested. It was so intense that it held the blade suspended in midair. Dex looked at his opponent with a smug smile. Ah, so that's how it's used? He then flashed a finishing grin. All right. Now it's my turn. Don't go down too easily, okay? A blue notification flashed. Holy Shield has entered combat mode. Sentence of Justice activated. Flames of Twilight ignited. Though small in stature, Dex wielded an immense power. The force from his blade made the 3 orc warriors recoil in sudden terror. It's too scary, stay away from us. Dex's eyes burned with fury. Come on then, stick your necks out, you bastards. A lightning-like bolt of light slashed across the forest, making the whole area glow as a notification appeared. The Angel's Grace skill has ended. Calculating the usage fees based on total duration and method of use, 352 points were consumed by the time the battle ended. Only the moonlight remained in the sky, and Dex, a young man with a slender build, spoke up. Oh, one-shot kill, the Angel L appeared with a look of astonishment. She praised him, saying, amazing. Once finished, she lowered her head slightly, then thought to herself, it's so irrational. Even if he used Angel's Grace, how could a mortal body possibly withstand that kind of power? After thinking this, she suddenly realized something. Her eyes widened, staring fixedly at one point, then she placed a hand over her heart and silently whispered, I see now, O Creator, I finally understand why you sent me down here. It turned out she had realized her purpose in the human realm. She mused, this human is the existence that will reverse the flow of the world. The eyes of the Archangel. Michael, looking toward Dex, had changed eyes full of belief in his potential, eyes waiting for the day he would change the world. She said to herself, I, Michael, have witnessed his capabilities with my own eyes, quite unlike the Michael who was full of doubt before. Our protagonist, meanwhile, was just annoyed that he couldn't go all out. He thought to himself, man, I really wanted a proper full-blown fight. I've been out of the game for way too long. Late at night, the moon rose high, a full moon tonight. The Chaos King and Archangel Michael were fast asleep on the ground nearby. Dex sat brooding, staring at the system screen as it displayed the Angel's Grace skill. He pondered, the Angel's Grace skill. I'm glad I used it early. Thanks to that, I could figure out its pros and cons. Dex recalled fighting the monsters and thought, the advantage is narrowing the level gap in battles. But Dex was still thinking about the combat. When he held the super cheat item, the Demon Sword, he spent 300,000 points and thought, at first I could only buy items from shops to try and close the distance with my opponents. But buying products costs a ton of points, Dex thought, and I have to keep using the items I've bought, so there were certain limits when attacking. So until I own an item that works in every situation, I have no choice but to keep fighting like this. Returning to the present, Dex rested his chin on his hand, thinking, this is why I haven't bought any combat gear. It's a relief that the problem is finally solved, but there's a pretty big drawback. The system screen popped up again. Angel's Grace 352 points. Angel's Grace 3. The points consumed increase depending on how long Angel's Grace is active. But Dex remembered that when he activated it, it only took him 3 minutes to kill the 3 orcs. Even if I spent some time studying the skill window, it wasn't more than 10 minutes. A look of worry crossed his face. But to cost so many points, I wonder how many points it would take if I fought a strong opponent. He scratched his head and said aloud, well, the important thing is the level of the opponents I use it on. But it's pretty interesting. Suddenly a voice from behind made Dex glance back, alert. Heh heh, you find the drawbacks of Angel's Grace interesting. Surprising. It's the Archangel Michael's voice. He said, El, you're awake. El smiled and said, angels don't really sleep much. Unlike some people. Over there. The Demon King, who was sleeping, was startled by the mention. El continued. It seems you're worried about the points you spent, right? El mentioned Farhan. You might not know this, but Farhan is a holy warrior with immense power. El smiled and said, if it only costs that much to summon someone like that to this land, then it's not expensive at all. But L added, well, more important than the power of the points is the fact that it can turn the impossible into the possible. Hearing this, Dex thought, she's really good at convincing people. He sighed and said, well, okay, even though I feel like I'm being bled dry. It's true that I have more options now. However, I'll only use it when necessary and be very careful. Hearing Dex say that, L replied, that's a wise decision. But Dex asked, but L, do companions actually need to sleep? L replied, I'm not sure. What do you think? The Maroon Kingdom. This is the main hub for the Korean server in Arcadia. Currently, the internal situation here isn't great yet in the eyes of neighboring countries. They are still seen as powerful and kind. Located in the middle of the second continent of Arcadia, they have a geographical advantage serving as an intermediary hub for trade with other kingdoms. They've reaped massive profits because of their strategic location. So many large merchant guilds have formed in the Maroon Kingdom within the GM Merchant Federation. People were busy with their work when an angry voice suddenly rang out, "This is too much!" A merchant shouted angrily, "I've brought so many goods here, and the guildmaster won't even show their face." Even knowing this federation was founded by adventurers, this is going too far. A man stepped out from behind the merchant and said, "Apologies for this intrusion." The merchant turned around calmly and asked, and you are? John Smith bowed politely, saying, "Although I am not the head of the guild, I hope you will allow me, the branch manager, to look after you." His eyes grew cold. "Our guild leader is currently in a meeting at another location," Duke Berlin said, gesturing with his hand. "I'm sure you've guessed who the head of the GM Trade Federation is, haven't you? A massive war is about to break out between the Kingdom of Maroon and the Kingdom of Parkle. It is unavoidable. It is time to settle old grudges and make the Kingdom of Maroon richer and more powerful," Choi Jae-gu said with a laugh. "Of course. So, can you support the GM Trade Federation in the future?" He frowned, thinking to himself, "Tisk, this NPC villain really has a sharp tongue." Choi Jae-gu continued, thinking Duke Berlin. If he wants to, he could control the entire army of the Kingdom of Maroon. He is the core of the Korean server in Arcadia. This is a dangerous character. There are even rumors that he is trying to seize the throne while the king is incompetent. Choi Jae-gu and Duke Berlin stared at each other seriously. Choi Jae-gu thought, but for the GM Trade Federation? This is the partner that could help the guild earn millions. Choi Jae-gu felt tense. He thought, I never expected to meet him this soon. Luckily, I investigated beforehand. I should give the strategy department a bonus. Choi Jae-gu was the youngest son of the GM Group chairman. He remembered his father scolding him. "Just how many positions have you tried and quit, huh? CEO, department head, team leader. You're always causing trouble, then just dusting off your hands and walking away. Do you have any idea what people in the company think of you? If you fail this time, there won't be a single position left for you in this company." Choi Jae-gu had replied timidly, "Yes, father." The Great Trade Organization had established a firm stronghold in the Kingdom of Maroon. The GM Trade Federation was actually owned by a major South Korean conglomerate, the GM Group led by Choi Jae-gu, the youngest son of the chairman. It was a community of Arcadia players focused entirely on making a lot of money. In other words, right now, in the face of power and authority, reality and virtual reality were intersecting. Duke Berlin said, "The GM Trade Federation was built by adventurers. I came here because I heard this guild not only grows fast, but is also very united. Now that I've met you, those rumors must be true. Use all the resources you have to purchase every type of grain. I will pay you a generous price." Choi Jae-gu laughed. "Does that mean Duke Berlin?" "Exactly." Duke Berlin continued, "We will grant the GM Trade Federation partial authority to solve the Kingdom of Maroon's food supply issue. So just act without drawing attention. That is why I came to you, an adventurer." Choi Jae-gu laughed loudly and replied, "As you wish." Duke Berlin left. Choi Jae-gu sat back, resting his chin on his hands, thinking, "This is my chance." He said, "Choi, no branch manager Smith, you heard that too, right? The big business deal we've been waiting for has finally arrived." John Smith replied, "Yes, young master, I mean guild leader. I agree with you." Choi Jae-gu stood up with a laugh. "Right. Contact my father immediately. A wonderful opportunity has appeared. We should be able to get more investment." John Smith replied calmly, "I disagree." Hearing that, Choi Jae-gu asked in confusion, "Huh, why?" John Smith smiled gently and said, "Young master, I mean guild leader, don't you know?" John Smith said, "To date, the company has already invested $8 billion. It is quite difficult to receive any higher investment than that. Choi Jae-gu immediately retorted, "Making a fuss over such a small amount of money, I'll pay it back later." Then Choi Jae-gu crossed his arms and gritted his teeth. "Fine, have it your way." He thought about the deal with Duke Berlin. "Even though I can't get more investment, the money I've accumulated so far is enough. I will help Duke Berlin provide supplies for the Kingdom of Maroon, and if he succeeds, in conquering the Kingdom of Parkle, he could seize the throne from the decrepit old king. If that happens, the economy of the Arcadia Korea server will essentially fall into the hands of the GM group." Choi Jae-gu reached up to adjust his collar and laughed. "Haha, just wait and see, father." He continued, "With this Arcadia game, I will prove my abilities to you. No one will be able to stand in my way." But elsewhere a man said, "So that's Broken." He continued, "Did the stubborn Baroness Mikai send you here?" Broken was talking to Dex. He added, "Nice to meet you, adventurer Dex." Broken stared at Dex, who was standing in front of him holding a letter. Broken tightly gripped the letter and asked with a smirk, "Is this the recommendation letter Baroness Mikai gave you?" Dex replied, "Yes. I don't know what the letter says, but the Baroness said I would receive protection if I gave it to you. She also said it contained some information about me." Broken didn't answer, but tore the letter in half. That surprised Dex, who thought he tore it up without even opening it to read it. Broken smirked and said, "Now tell me why Baroness Mikai sent you here." His gaze grew cold. Dex smiled, thinking, "I see. He wants me to state the reason myself." He laughed and said, "I'm not entirely sure either. She just asked me to find you. As for the reason, that falls under the responsibility of someone with higher status, not a mere adventurer like me, right?" The two stared at each other with serious expressions. "He wants me to state the reason myself, but I just laughed and said, I have no idea. She only asked me to find you. Things like reasons are the responsibility of those in higher positions, not a mere adventurer like me, right?" The two of them stared at each other with serious expressions. Broken gradually cracked a smile, then suddenly burst into loud laughter and said, "All right, I like you, kid." Dex remained silent, unsure of what to say. Broken continued, "The reason you were sent here is clear. War between the Maroon Kingdom and the Paco Kingdom will break out soon. She must think you have the power to put a stop to this." Dex smiled and replied, "Is that so? I never thought I had any such ability." Broken continued, "Oh, you don't seem surprised at all when I mention war. Baron Mika must have told you something. It seems she trusts you a lot. So Dex, do you have any good ideas?" Dex smirked and said, "I heard that the prince who is supposedly going to take the throne can't make a good decision, and most of the nobles are in cahoots with Duke Baron, aren't they?" Broken sighed and replied, "That's true." Dex stroked his chin and said, "I see." Dex's gaze slowly turned cold as he continued, "First, there is an easy solution and a difficult solution." Broken asked, "There's an easy solution." Dex pointed a finger at the sky and laughed. "Duke Baron is the mastermind, isn't he? Usually when the leader is eliminated, the organization collapses as well." Upon hearing this, Broken stiffened and asked, "So you mean we should kill Duke Baron?" Dex replied, "Of course, why not?" Broken laughed loudly and said, "Baron Mika really has a good eye for people. You're quite interesting." His voice made Dex jump. He thought, his voice is so booming, just like his muscular body. Broken closed his eyes and said, "I've considered that method too. However, do you think carrying out an assassination is easy?" He spoke of Duke Baron's guards, saying, "Those protecting him are all master knights and mages. No matter where they are always on high alert." Broken crossed his arms and said, "In a situation like that, if some lunatic thinks they can pull off a successful assassination, I'd want to meet them personally." Dex pointed at himself, laughing. "Let me do it." Broken asked, Did you hear a single word I just said?" Dex kept pointing at himself and said, "I did." Broken worriedly put his hand to his forehead. "Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. From what I see, I wonder if you could even scratch the Duke's clothes." He thought about Dex's rank and said, "How the hell do you expect to kill him?" Dex smirked and said, "What's wrong? Do you think I can't do it?" Hearing this, Broken was extremely surprised. He said, "Ha! A young calf is not afraid of the tiger. You're certainly very confident, aren't you?" As Broken stood up, he glanced at Dex and smirked. "Follow me." They went out to the training yard. Broken said, "If you're that confident, fight me to prove your strength." Broken closed his eyes, warming up, and said, "Baron Mika might be impatient, but she's certainly wise when it comes to judging people. I trust her judgment." Dex's face became serious. Broken continued, "So don't disappoint me." He swung his sword and said, "Don't let me down." Dex smiled and unleashed the heavenly stance. A burning flow of power surrounded him. He held two swords in his hands. The power radiating from his body surprised Broken. A look of confusion appeared on Broken's face, and he thought to himself, "What is this? His entire aura has become completely different. Just a moment ago he looked like someone who had never held a sword, but now he looks like someone who has spent a lifetime in practicing the blade." Dex's feet slowly lifted off the ground. A system window appeared. The Heavenly God's Descent. Coffee Plus has been merged into the player's body. Another window popped up. Temporarily. You will be able to use the power of the descended god. Dex smiled and said, 5 minutes. His words left Broken confused. He continued, "I will end this fight in 5 minutes, because it consumes too many acknowledgement points." Broken asked, "What system windows appeared one after another? You have activated Step. You have activated Will of a Decisive Battle. You have activated Windblade. Earth Spirit is protecting you." Dex lunged toward Broken in a flash. He struck with his sword. Ugh, Broken thought. That's a powerful attack. Dex smirked. I attacked with the intention of ending this fight, but I guess a master swordsman is in a different league, huh? After that, he retreated backward. Broken's face was covered in sweat, and he warily said, "You're not an ordinary adventurer." Dex smiled and replied, "Only now have you realized that." Broken continued, "You talked about carrying out the assassination yourself. Now I understand you were serious when you mentioned it." Hearing this, Dex said, "Is that so? Then let's end this fight, shall we?" But Broken said, "I'll show you my capabilities as well." He raised his sword to the sky and said, "Peerless sword, sword, light." A red flow of power surrounded the sword. Broken's gaze became serious, saying, "I may have only just become a half-baked master swordsman, but even so, I am proud of my own skills." He pointed his sword downward and said, "This is proof of that." Dex said worriedly, "You're really going a bit too far, aren't you?" Broken lunged toward him with his sword and said, "Let's see. How you block this one?" The flow of power was so immense that Dex leaned back slightly, his face full of surprise at witnessing Broken's great strength. The clash between the Duke and Dex began. The pressurized air caused white smoke to swirl, obscuring Duke Broken's vision, but the cold, sharp gaze of the Duke remained clear. That look of icy focus quickly gave way to pure, utter disbelief. It was the indomitable sword, the secret technique of Duke Broken. Even while standing in his combat stance, his heart was in complete turmoil. A massive gust of wind, he thought. It's different from mine, but that's definitely the indomitable sword. That was undeniably a skill reserved only for those who had reached the realm of a master swordsman. Don't tell me you can also... Just then the system notification rang out for Grid. You have used a skill limited to level 150 and above Indomitable Sword. The sword energy you are currently wielding has just received an additional boost. Seeing this, Euphemina couldn't help but gasp in shock. What, you're pushing for even more power? Hey, be careful with the amount of recognition you're burning through. Across from him, Duke Broken wondered to himself, is he muttering to himself? Grid spoke up. Duke, I'm not going to hold back this time. The Duke's eyes widened in shock. Grid charged forward, sword raised, launching a powerful downward strike. Grid's speed was blindingly fast, forcing Duke Broken to hold his blade horizontally to parry the blow. The ground beneath their feet cracked and sank. Broken gritted his teeth veins bulging on his face, but Grid didn't concede even an inch. Finding an opening, Grid coldly remarked, "Got you." With that, Grid struck at the gap in the Duke's guard. Panicked Duke Broken lost his grip. His sword clattered away and he fell to the ground. Grid's blade stopped right at the Duke's throat. The old man sat there gasping for breath. His face was filled with stunned amazement, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. I'm still alive," he whispered. At the same moment, the system signaled Grid. You have stopped using the Heavenly Grace skill. Calculations are beginning based on your usage time and actions. 2,812 points of recognition were consumed. An extraordinary feat. You have successfully defeated someone who has touched the realm of a master. You have achieved the title, Miraculous Warrior. Your strength has increased by 10. Hearing the notification, Grid's expression shifted, his jaw dropping. It cost 2,812 recognition points. What the hell was that? Euphemina appeared, joyfully explaining that while he hadn't used much power last time, this was a completely different story, right? This is the first time I've ever seen you look this happy. Honestly speaking, you aren't complaining either, are you? After waiting a moment and looking at the sword marks on the arena floor, Euphemina added, "But to be fair, this is actually pretty interesting. Usually, even if someone could summon that much power from heavenly grace, and they wouldn't be able to wield it so perfectly. Have you ever trained with a sword in your past?" Grid hesitated. "Well, I messed around with them in another place, I guess." He thought to himself, "I mean, I was ranked #1 in Satisfy's blade ranking, so I'm not lying." Watching from a distance, Duke Broken clutched his chest as he stood up, still unable to process what had just occurred. He stammered in shock, "I can't believe it! I, a master swordsman of the Kingdom of Maran, couldn't even read his blade's trajectory. This young man is truly a man of overwhelming power who has been hiding his true skills all this time." Duke Broken walked up to Grid, then suddenly dropped to one knee. "Would I have the honor of knowing and what it is that your blade pursues?" Hearing this, Grid thought for a moment. "The wind, probably." Broken was surprised. The wind carrying this power of peerless speed, freedom and sharpness beyond anything else. Broken thought, if only he could get closer to such a concept, following that as if he'd found a new goal. Broken began practicing incessantly. Satan, seeing this, asked Grid, "Master, why did he start swinging his sword alone in the middle of the night?" Grid truly didn't know either. Inside his chambers, Duke Broken met with Grid, looking sincere. "I am truly sorry, Grid. I deeply apologize for my rudeness earlier. This entire incident happened purely because of my own ignorance. Please, I ask that you be magnanimous and forgive this foolish old man." Grid waved his hand, laughing. "It's all right, things like that happen all the time." Broken posed a question, returning to their earlier conversation. "Are you truly serious about assassinating Duke Berlin?" Grid looked at him and answered calmly, "Isn't that the simplest way to solve this problem? But he is a person of the opposing faction." Broken began, bowing his head again. "If it were you, an assassination is perfectly possible. But even so, I worry that the chaos caused by the power vacuum in the royal family would be inevitable after Berlin's death." Grid didn't answer immediately, but countered with a question. "Duke, do you know what the Gordian knot is?" And of course, Duke Broken had no idea what that was. Grid smirked as he explained, "A knot so complex and tightly bound that it's impossible to untie." He continued without waiting for an answer. "In your opinion, what is the simplest way to resolve it?" Broken was confused. "I'm not quite sure." Grid smiled. "Just cut it. Even if you try your hardest, you can't untie something that wasn't meant to be untied. Just cutting it is the simplest method." Grid looked down, continuing to talk about what would happen afterward. He gave a bright, cheerful smile as if offering a perfectly logical opinion. "Won't it all settle down sooner or later?" Duke Broken was shocked, viewing Grid in a completely new light. He is frighteningly irresponsible, he thought, and yet surely he is the only one capable of speaking so bluntly about the issues, and that have been festering within the royal family of the Kingdom of Maroon all this time. There was no better solution than the one Grid had proposed. Seemingly resolute, Broken declared, "If that is what you wish, then we shall do it. Adventurer Grid, you have more than just my sword energy. This man, he is the most terrifying man in the entire world." A moment later, the system notified him. "You have successfully stepped forward to become a key player in changing the Kingdom of Maran. Updating mission. A side quest has appeared. 4 mission updates. The Kingdom of Maroon is surrounded by bullying nations. A major shift is happening from within the kingdom. Maroon has always been busy just trying to survive while having to watch its step with the surrounding kingdoms. Which of you is worthy of the title of anarchist poet? If you just let a moment of change like this, a slip away, right? Step forward and seize this moment. Contribute to the Kingdom of Maroon and its royal family. Depending on your actions, the contents of this quest may change. Finally, the side quest. The first task is to assassinate Duke Berhen. The second task remains a mystery. Staring at the sudden notification, I mutter, "A surprise side quest. It seems the system really wants me to kill Berhen. This game is getting interesting." Hearing this, Satan, standing nearby, retorts, "So are you going to kill that guy?" El also presses him. "You aren't actually considering that, are you?" Satan, hearing El's question, fires back angrily. "What, you got a problem with that?" Or are you going to spout more of that idiotic murder is wrong nonsense? L, also angry, tries to lecture him. Why resort to a cowardly, underhanded method like assassination? That's only for low-life scumbags with no honor. We should demand a fair duel and judge him. Dex stands between them, unable to help but interrupt. So, killing him is fine, but you want me to give him a heads up? L nods firmly. Yes, you should notify him at least 3 days in advance of a duel at the arena, or send him an assassination notice so he at least has time to prepare for his own death. That is the right thing to do. Hearing this, Satan's face turns pale and he can't hold back. That is absolute nonsense. I knew you were crazy. With that, the two start bickering again, each stuck in their own headspace. On one side, L says, I don't want to hear from a dirty demon like you. On the other, Satan snaps, What the hell did you just say? Dex, standing aside, sighs helplessly and says, I'm not planning on killing Duke Bearhen just yet. Satan and L turn to look at Dex stunned and press him for an answer. Dex calmly explains, Whenever a conflict arises, it's never wise to only listen to one side. You have to hear what both sides have to say before making a decision. Dex then adds with a smile, Duke Bearhen started a war for no reason, I doubt it. I suspect there's something else going on. Indeed, from the perspective of Dex the Adventurer, a man not even born in the Kingdom of Maroon, the power struggle and the war happening in Maroon is a good thing because there is one thing that matters above all else, profit. Dex's eyes shift to a deep, ambitious purple. I'm planning to help, whichever side brings me the most benefit. You two don't have any complaints with that, do you? Satan can't help but be taken aback. Wow, you really are. L can't hold back either, saying, You can't do that. You gave your word, you have to keep it. You have to kill Duke Bearhen right now. Satan, hearing this, scoffs loudly. And you call yourself an angel saying things like that. The perfect capacity for self-centeredness promises can be tossed aside whenever, in order to pursue greater profit. That is the creed of a wandering adventurer. GM Group headquarters, in the chairman's office, the screen shows a news anchor reporting. In today's headlines, a Jin Electronics stock price has surpassed $5,000, hitting a new record. The reason is the surge in investor interest. Following Chairman Lee Junhee's announcement regarding the opening of Arcadia, the Dreamer virtual reality machine is being hailed as a machine that turns miracles into reality. Hearing this, GM Group Chairman Choi Sun-young rubs his temples and sighs, That damn Dreamer machine again. Those Agent Electronics bastards. What kind of tricks did they pull to create that thing? Choi Sun-young frowns, thinking to himself. 5 years ago, GM Group stood shoulder to shoulder with a Jin as rivals, but his company had steadily declined once they started taking the lead. With revolutionary tech like smartphones and now this going even further, but the most important thing is, Dreamer is extremely dangerous. It's not just changing the market flow in Korea, it's affecting the world. He breaks into a cold sweat, his anxiety mounting the more he thinks about it. It means we can't just keep standing still in outdated industries like construction and automobiles forever. If GM Group doesn't surpass this industry, and then we will surely collapse soon. Choi Sun-young agonizes over a solution. I need to find a way to fix this. I need something. Just then, the desk phone rings. An announcement, Chairman, the CEO, has arrived. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door burst open. Choi Jae-gu rushed in, beaming with excitement. Father, I've brought you some good news. You've got to give me 8 billion won. Chairman Choi Sun-young looked stunned. What? Didn't you just get into a massive scandal after investing that first 8 billion? Why on earth do you want another 8 billion now? Choi Jae-gu's eyes lit up. Exactly. I'm certain this will be enough. This is the absolute last time I'll ever ask. Please, you have to believe me. Chairman Choi's face twisted in rage. Do you think 8 billion won grows on trees? I let you play around with that stupid game those Asian tech geeks made, but have you completely lost your mind now? If you want more investment, bring me a formal report first. Suddenly, a thick stack of papers slammed onto the desk, leaving the chairman speechless. What is this? Choi Jae-gu grinned confidently. Before you start complaining, just take a look at this first. Hearing this, Chairman Choi picked them up. This is... Staring back at him was the title, Kingdom of Maroon, Colonial Project. A moment later, Choi Sun-young looked up from the report, pressing his son. Is everything written in here? The truth? Choi Jae-gu placed his left hand over his heart, looking his father in the eye. Of course, father. I've already spoken with the power behind the kingdom of Maroon Duke Berhen himself. Everything is proceeding exactly as planned, which means if this goes well, we can turn Acadia into the proud crown jewel of the Ajin Technology Group. Our very own city. Chairman Choi Soon-young replied softly. Ignoring Choi Jae-gu's shocked expression, he continued, Go and take it with 50 billion won. 50. I can't give you any more than that. And don't forget this is the last chance I'm giving you. Choi Jae-gu could barely believe his ears. He beamed with joy, shouting, Thank you, Father. Thank you so much. After the door clicked shut, Chairman Choi sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought. A Count-a-Duke and a lover's quarrel. It really is a completely different world from ours. He chuckled to himself. And to think I used to believe these games were just for kids. Choi Sun-young spun his chair looking out through the glass, muttering, It seems the world is slowly changing, doesn't it? Elsewhere in the study at the Duke of Berhen's estate, a conversation was underway. Duke Berhen stared at Knight Leonid, the secret envoy of the Hayman Empire, with cold, sharp eyes. The Hayman Empire, I presume. You must have had a very long journey to get here. From the distant northern lands. So tell me, what is it you want to discuss? Knight Leonid spoke with careful negotiation. Duke Berhen, I know you are preparing for war. We, the Hayman Empire, have a proposal regarding that. If you promise to hand over the hero planes to us after winning the war, we will do everything in our power to support you. And if you wish, we will even help you become the king of the kingdom of Maroon. Duke Berhen fell into deep thought. The hero plains. The basin nestled between steep mountain ranges, situated between the Kingdom of Maroon and the Hayman Empire. It made sense that the Hayman Empire would want that land to bolster their defenses. The odds of this being a trap were quite low. It was a win-win and the deal was struck. Duke Berhen and Knight Leonid shook hands. The Duke smiled. I am glad to have such a fine ally by my side now. I truly look forward to working with you. Knight Leonid frowned, replying honestly. I hope you don't change your tune once this is all over. I look forward to working with you as well, Duke Berhen. The knight took his leave, still filled with unease. Left alone in the study, the Duke broke into the sinister grin. Everything was going exactly to plan. The face of ambition, the existence of someone standing above all others. That is me. That was the phrase that described his existence. Berhen chuckled. Right now, there is only one person who can stand above me, but that's just an 8-year-old brat. Barely able to wipe his own nose. What a joke. The ambitious Duke Berhen thought, This country needs a true king, not a puppet with a title and no substance. And that true king is me. Just then a voice spoke up from behind him. I'm glad to see you in such high spirits, Berhen. Surprised, the Duke asked, GM Trading Company, why have you come here in person? Young Master Choi Jae-gu replied calmly, The larger and more important the deal, the more crucial the updates, wouldn't you agree? Choi Jae-gu continued, I have pre-purchased all future food supplies produced from the territories the enemy, the Kingdom of Paco, is currently buying from. I have also bought up large quantities of food on the current market without causing any major issues. Duke Berhen praised him. You've completely cut off the enemy's supply lines and resource reserves so they cannot stabilize their internal situation. You're quite the capable adventurer. But he wondered, however, I've never heard of pre-purchasing food supplies. How did you manage that? Young Master Choi smiled as he explained, This strategy is known as a futures contract. For us adventurers, it's a standard practice where everyone signs a contract to trade goods at a specific date in the future, having already agreed to sell a product at a set price. Hearing this, Duke Berhen stroked his beard and chuckled. What a brilliant idea. It seems the title of adventurer is incredibly useful, isn't it? Choi Jae-gu said humbly. You flatter us too much, Duke Berhen. As you anticipated, the GM Trading Company has invested everything we have into the forefront of this deal. If you find it satisfactory, I wonder, would it be possible to solidify the great power you promised me earlier? Duke Berhen heard the young master out, his expression unchanging. He stood up and replied, Now, adventurer, aren't you being a bit too impatient? I apologize, but I am already busy enough with other matters that I need to resolve right now. He turned to look at Choi Jae-gu, offering a suggestion. What do you think about discussing this later? I'm sorry, but I've got my hands full with other matters that I need to deal with right now. He turned to look at Choi Jae-gu and offered an idea. Don't you think we should discuss this? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to wait until after the war is over? Upon hearing this, Choi Jae-gu hesitated and started, But Duke Berhen? Before he could even finish, the Duke's expression shifted, his gaze turning icy as he coldly asked, "Are you doubting me?" Choi Jae-gu broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing. Damn it, he saw right through me. On the surface, he still had to remain submissive. "Of course not, sir," he replied, though his hands were clenched tight. Afterward, the Duke returned to a gentle, smiling demeanor, politely seeing his guest out. "In that case, please take your leave. I have another appointment." Though he felt resentful, Choi Jae-gu had no choice but to accept and depart. The Duke watched him go with a smug look. Out in the hallway, heading toward the main exit, Choi Jae-gu slammed his fist into the wall, gnashing his teeth with eyes full of rage. That NPC bastard dared to play tricks on me, he calculated silently. But I don't have any other choice now. I've invested way too much into this capital, so I can't afford to get tangled up in a power struggle with that guy. For now, it's better to act alone and wait for the right moment. The 500,000 gold I used to buy up all the grain on the market. That was all 50 billion won that my father invested. But even so, it's not enough to control the entire grain supply in Arcadia at the moment. That's why I used that brilliant idea of futures trading. Choi Jae-gu steeled his resolve with this thought. I will definitely be able to cripple the Paco Kingdom with this. But for this plan to work, that 10 million gold promised in the contract, if I convert that into the one exchange rate, that's 1 trillion won. It's an astronomical figure, but conversely, if this plan fails, then not only the GM trading company, but the entire GM group will go down with it. Choi Jae-gu frowned. This really was his last-ditch counterattack. I carried this out in secret because I knew for a fact that father would object. He gripped his trembling hands, telling himself, "It's okay. The war is bound to happen anyway. I know that for a fact, don't I? I need to stay calm. When the war breaks out, grain prices will skyrocket. This isn't a gamble based on luck. I invested in this because it's a surefire future, and I know better than anyone that this will definitely succeed. Because this is the last chance I've been given," Choi Jae-gu muttered, struggling to keep his composure. Suddenly, someone flew in through the window, cutting off his train of thought and leaving Choi Jae-gu stunned. The person was none other than... Wait, who was that? He quickly realized what he had to do and gave chase immediately, shouting, "Hey, stop right there!" He bolted through the long, blue-carpeted hallway, screaming at the top of his lungs to grab attention, sweat pouring down his face. He looked ahead with a complex expression, blaming himself for letting him slip away. Damn it. He recognized that outfit immediately. Even with the hood pulled over his head, it couldn't be hidden. It was the novice armor that low-level adventurers usually wore. He scowled in anger, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth, wondering what is a mere adventurer doing at Duke Berhen's estate? Why? How a whirlwind of thoughts crossed his mind. Jae-gu didn't know who this bastard was. He assumed this person had learned of his plan and intended to interfere. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Jae-gu held up 2 fingers, his face black with rage. It seemed like he was planning something major. Immediately, 2 shadow-clad figures appeared behind him, quickly bowing low. Someone was in the conference room. "Keep a close watch on him. Bring him to me." As soon as he knew the 2 were connected, the dark figures in white masks bowed in unison to take his order. He gnashed his teeth, his face twisted in extreme fury. "I don't know who that is, but I won't let him interfere with my plan." In another room, a voice greeted him with a playful tone. "Oh, a distinguished guest, are we?" Duke Berhen held a scroll of parchment, and recommended by Count Broken no less. His eyes are quite picky, you know. He spoke with a teasing tone, but Berhen quickly steered the conversation back, asking, "What has brought you here?" As he spoke, his gaze sharpened. "Unless you are intentionally trying to insult my honor by wasting my precious time, you'd better have a good reason." He cut him off happily, stating that he wanted to assassinate Broken. Berhen was deeply shocked. "Are you for real?" He couldn't believe this was his good reason. As he steadied himself, he finally understood. He smiled and told him that Count Broken believed the only way to stop the war from breaking out was his death, so the Count even intended to assassinate him. This immediately grabbed his attention. The tone that had been playful and candid a second ago now turned into one of pure anger. "Listen here, adventurer. Do you really think I'd believe your nonsense without a shred of proof?" His words were laced with killing intent. Naturally, he couldn't afford to back down either. "Well, if we're talking about proof, I think you already have a memory of it, don't you?" Upon hearing this, his attention was piqued, and his eyes lit up with confusion. It seemed he realized he wasn't lying. Berhen chuckled. "Heh, you're not wrong. Tan, standing to the side, couldn't hold back and shouted in his ear, "Hey, you're the one who wants to kill him!" Count Broken was only just considering what to do. He retorted immediately, "Oh, is that detail supposed to be important? It's obvious that either way he was going to decide to take your life eventually. Shut it." But as he said it, Tan realized, wait a minute, was this bastard doing this on purpose? Dex noticed Dez eyeing him and just smiled back. Bohan couldn't help but blurt out, "I never imagined Count Broken would make a decision like this. He's always been so adamant about his precious brand of justice, hasn't he?" Dex just smiled and said, "People will do anything when they're backed into a corner." Soon enough, his plan was set in motion. "All right, then." The Duke glanced at him with a smirk. "Why would you share this information with me?" Realizing the prey had taken the bait, Dex grinned with satisfaction. "Isn't it obvious?" he replied instantly. "I just think it's better to leave the throne to someone wise. Someone experienced is better than handing the kingdom over to an immature brat." His words struck a nerve. Bearhen flinched. The Duke bowed with a smile while Dex continued to pour oil on the fire. "I think this kingdom would be better off under your rule." The Duke burst into laughter that echoed through the room. Bohan's eyes widened as he asked, "What is your name?" Dex didn't hold back. One word was all it took. They quickly moved toward a partnership, shaking hands. Bohan stood to the side, confidently declaring, "I have a very good feeling about this partnership of ours." Those words immediately intrigued him. "Then I truly hope I can live up to your expectations, my lord." The scene shifted outside. As they left the mansion, Enro was up in the air, quietly praying. "Oh my, I never expected him to talk so much trash. Oh, gods above, please forgive the sins of this young man." Tan immediately shouted in his face, "Hey, what are you planning to do playing both sides like this?" Their reaction just made him feel annoyed. He turned back, snapping at them, "Do you really not get it? I'm just testing out all the possible scenarios." Enro and Tan were still confused, just staring blankly. War is inevitable. The real question is, who will be the one to light the fuse and fire the first shot? But in the end, who starts it won't even matter. He raised a hand. "There is only one thing I can be certain of." He smiled, looking upward. "More responsibilities will be placed on my shoulders amidst the chaos of war, and with that, I'll be able to profit even more." So much more. Just like the Slim incident. Tan looked at him in surprise. "So you mean if war breaks out, it works in your favor?" "If that's the case, why didn't you just work with the Duke from the very beginning?" Tan asked, frustrated. Dex laughed lightly. "That wouldn't work, Tan. If I did that, there would be no one left to oppose him. Once Duke Bearhen regains his position, I need to be on Count Broken's side first." Tan gasped in surprise, finally realizing his twisted logic. "You mean, war caused by foreign powers or outside forces isn't the only kind of chaos that exists? Civil war or internal strife that's even more chaotic." His eyes lit up. "Chaos created by two wars simultaneously, and the gains I can reap from them. Can you imagine it?" He spoke with a cheerful tone. "Double the war, double the recognition." These words left Tan the Devil feeling truly stunned. This lunatic! Suddenly a charred, burnt-looking book appeared. Tan in his small form held a large quill. "If you plan on betraying everyone, don't pick a side at all." Enro stood by in shock. "What are you doing?" Tan, with a look of awe and fear, wrote, "Only act for your own benefit. That is what a devil should do." Dex stood there giggling happily. The recognition is piling up. But then a voice called out to him. "Hey!" That voice cut through his thoughts. Two figures in black robes loomed before him. "Let's have a chat." It was the two shadows that had appeared when he spoke with Jegu. Their eyes glowed a deep red. He just let out a faint, cold laugh. "Things are about to get interesting." At the GM event in a shabby room, 5 people in white masks and full-body black cloaks were waiting. A voice echoed, "Welcome to the GM." Choi Jegu spoke up. "Why don't you have a seat?" Dex replied, "I'm honored. You even provide escort services despite being such a large organization." He shrugged and replied with a smile, "Well, we have plenty of people to spare. It's a simple task." The two looked at each other, both thinking the same thing as expected this hidden character. "He's truly special." He spoke first. "So why did you want to meet me?" Why did? He replied, "I wanted to check on a few things. Sorry for the rudeness." Dex replied, irritated. "Check on things? Ha, nice excuse. What is it you want to check?" He frowned and replied, "Duke Bohan, what did you say to him?" Dex laughed happily. "I have no idea." There's no reason for me to tell you that. Choi Jae-gu slammed his hand on the table. Angry, he snapped at Dex. You don't seem to know your place, do you? Intense, killing intent radiated from him. The Devil King appeared, panicked, whispering, Hey, Master, what the hell did you just do? He's going crazy, Michael agreed. He's right. Even God wouldn't forgive that provocation. Dex frowned. He's so annoying. If that's how he feels, what should I do? He remembered the two people in white masks, the ones who brought him here. Then he realized his situation. There were 5 people outside the gate and at least 7 here. He looked at Choi Jae-gu, including the man himself. He couldn't see the character's name, but if he was doing that, it meant he was incredibly confident that he could hold his own here. Sparks flickered from his hands, out of options, and desperate he might just have to use his heavenly gift when John Smith spoke up. Please don't get us wrong, Duke. Did Berlin give you any specific orders? He looked at the man, finally someone who could actually hold a decent conversation. But his attitude didn't seem like he was just asking. Choi Jae-gu slammed his hand onto the table, pointed his finger right in his face and barked, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with Duke of Berlin, but stay out of his business. If I see you near him again, then... He crossed his arms and gave a provocative smirk. Then what? Choi Jae-gu gritted his teeth in a rage, glaring at him, his voice dropping low. This game. From now on, no. Your life is going to get a lot harder. Suddenly, a hand reached out. John Smith feigned adjusting Choi Jae-gu's necktie, and Jae-gu blurted out in confusion, Branch manager. Then Smith glanced at him soothingly, saying, Please calm down, young master. You're crossing the line. He gritted his teeth and went silent. John Smith bowed respectfully to Dex. I am terribly sorry. He has invested a great deal into Duke Berlin, so he is a bit sensitive about the matter. I will explain the details. Dex smiled to himself, thinking, This guy is no simpleton. John Smith looked up at him. We are not a local branch. We belong to the GM Corporation. Dex was surprised and asked, You mean that GM Corporation? He confirmed, yes, that's correct. At that very moment, a bag of gold coins was slammed onto the table. He continued, We have invested heavily in Arcadia, not in Duke Berlin. Dex looked down, inspecting the bag of gold. I cannot give you the details, but I am sure you understand. This is our gift to you. What do you think, mysterious traveler? The guild leader clutched his head silently, watching him observe as John Smith asked again, Do you understand? You? Dex looked back and forth between the two of them, hesitant. Suddenly he smirked with a mysterious glint in his eyes. Then he happily grabbed the bag of gold coins. All right, I get it now. I just need to drop the Duke's quest right. The two of them stared at him in shock as he beamed, looking absolutely thrilled.